90 degrees. We have an offshore flow that's developing. That wind coming out of the northeast will get gusty at times. 86 in the valleys and the Inland Empire to the upper 60s at our coast. We're going to get even warmer over the next several days. I'll have all the details coming up, my complete forecast. But first, let's check in on traffic. Samada's got to look at our freeways this morning and a very foggy start.
Very, very foggy, Maria. Good morning, everyone. If you are about to head out and hit the roadways, please be extra careful out there. Dense fog in some spots, and we do have this brand new collision. We're going to take you out to the LBC, Long Beach, southbound side of 710 at Anaheim Street. A vehicle collided there, and it is slowing you down. We are getting word that there's some type of arm injury, so emergency crews are headed to the scene there. And unfortunately, overnight, we did have this fatality-involved collision eastbound side of the 210 and Baldwin Avenue. Only the slow lane is open, and it is continuously impacting the westbound drive into the Arcadia area. Here's a look at real-time traffic. Just under 50 minutes, westbound side of the 10 through Mid-City. You get to the west side, a little under half an hour. Not too bad. Northbound 110 as you pull away from the 405 inbound. Back to you, two.
All right, Samada, thank you. The big story we're following this morning, Hollywood is in shock over the violent deaths of legendary director Rob Reiner and his wife, Michele. They were found at their Brentwood home. According to reports, police believe the couple was stabbed to death.
And take a live look right now at Reiner's star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Fans leaving flowers to remember the man behind iconic movies like This Is Spinal Tap, The Princess Bride, and When Harry Met Sally.
We do have team coverage this morning, and we begin with Mario Ramirez, who's in the neighborhood there in Brentwood, in front of their home. Good morning.
We are just outside the home here on Chadbourne Avenue. You can see it here behind me. We can tell you that we're getting new details here as we watched a lot of that police activity here this morning. Overnight, the street was flooded with investigators, coroner's crews, fire crews, and now dozens of media here lining the street. So take a look. That new information here coming from TMZ. The couple's son, 32-year-old Nick Reiner, is in custody this morning. Now, the LAPD, we want to be clear, hasn't said if he's been named a suspect or what led up to the murders here, but still so many questions here about this homicide investigation as we're learning that new information. Now, this quiet neighborhood turning into a major police scene, a major crime scene over the weekend. That disturbing discovery inside the home here. LAPD and fire crews responded to the 200 block of Chadbourne Avenue around 3:30 yesterday afternoon. Rob Reiner and his wife, Michele Singer Reiner, found dead. Reiner, a well-known figure in Hollywood for decades, and the focus is what police are calling an apparent homicide. Investigators now working to piece together what led up to all of this. Authorities say those fire paramedics were called to the home here yesterday for a medical emergency, and inside they found those two bodies. Police confirming that during a news conference yesterday. Few details, but saying that detectives were waiting for a search warrant before conducting a full investigation inside and around the home. They did that. We saw investigators going in and out this morning. Police also confirming that the person who initially reported the incident was at the home, but again emphasizing there have been no arrests and no suspects named in the case. Take a listen.
At this time, the Los Angeles Police Department is not seeking anyone as a suspect or as a person of interest or in any other manner, and we will not be doing that until we conduct our investigation and we move forward. Now, when I tell you that we have not identified a suspect, it doesn't mean that we're not working the case. We will not identify a suspect until that person is identified as a suspect, and we're legally seeking them if there is a crime to be reported and if that person is a suspect in that crime.
A spokesperson for the Reiner family early this morning or overnight confirmed the deaths and released a statement saying the family is devastated by the sudden loss, asking for privacy. And detectives say the next steps will depend on evidence collected from the scene. And again, we saw LAPD investigators here in and out of the home for about 12 hours before that scene was cleared early this morning, now allowing cameras right in front of the property here in this upscale neighborhood. For now, live in Brentwood, I'm Mario Ramirez. We'll send it back to you.
Oh, Mario, thank you. It's such tough news, and of course everyone's grappling with this, including a lot of reaction from Hollywood, right, Amanda? It is just shocking to hear
just as shocked as all of us are. The same with a lot of actors and especially his close friends. I mean, we are still processing all the details that are still coming in right now. TMZ just reporting their son is in custody. But I want to just celebrate the man that is Rob Reiner. I mean, he was a talent that truly spanned generations. A lot of our parents first were introduced to him, and maybe some of us too, you never know, when he was Meathead in All in the Family.
That's right.
Since then, others knew him as the writer and director of some of their all-time favorite and very, very quotable films. Take a look here. Depending on who you ask and their age, you'll get a variety of responses to the question, hey, what's your favorite Rob Reiner movie? The reason behind that question? Because he made so many classics like Stand By Me, The Princess Bride, This Is Spinal Tap, A Few Good Men, The Truth, You Can't Handle the Truth.
But look at all the, I mean, the range of movies that he directed. Misery.
When Harry Met Sally, which was around the time, he met his wife, Michele. And the list just goes on and on. Did you know this? That he was one of the producers behind Seinfeld. Castle Rock Entertainment produced Seinfeld. Wow. Many of the people Reiner directed in those movies were some of the first to react to he and his wife's horrible and tragic deaths. You have Kathy Bates, who worked with Reiner on Misery and won an Oscar. She said in a statement, "I'm horrified hearing this terrible news, absolutely devastated. I loved Rob. He was brilliant and kind, a man who made films of every genre to challenge himself as an artist. He also fought courageously for his political beliefs. He changed the course of my life." Corey Feldman, who worked with Reiner in Stand By Me, sharing, "OMG, this is horrible news. I'm so sorry for Rob and his wife and their children and the whole Reiner family. All I can say is I'm shocked and saddened, but I love you, Rob. You will be forever missed." John Cusack's first starring role was in Reiner's The Sure Thing, and he posted, "Shocked by the death of Rob Reiner, a great man." And we have Paul Feig, who's a filmmaker as well and a fan, saying, "One of the most cherished pictures. Rob was my true hero, a true visionary, titan, and a lovely, lovely person." This is the part of the post I really appreciated. He shared, "One never knows if it's proper to post during something as tragic as this, but I just want the world to know what so many of us know in the industry. Rob was the best." It is true. You start seeing a lot of people posting their photos with the recently deceased, and Paul bringing awareness to that, saying, not sure if this is the right thing to do, but all in trying to share what a good man he was. And I want to share one more thing about him being a good man. His ex-wife was Penny Marshall, and she had a daughter named Tracy. He adopted Tracy as his own daughter. That's Tracy Reiner, who was in a league of their own. And then him and Michele went on to have 3 kids. So he really had 4 kids total, counting Tracy Reiner.
That's right. And anybody who's ever really interviewed him on the red carpet or who's done junkets with him describes him the same way. He was just very warm and friendly. And yes, a class act.
Class act. I mean, we were born in the same city, the Bronx, and he just had that energy about him. We just saw him in The Bear as Albert Schnurr. I mean, he had such a presence about him, and he will be missed beyond measure.
And I think you see all the classics that he was touching, right, in terms of bringing this art to life and the creativity. It has a common theme, just grounded in humanity.
Yes.
And I think that's what a lot of people are saying, how look at all of these classics, right? And just the theme through all of it is just highlighting humanity in some great way.
And when Harry Met Sally, he met his wife during that time. He actually changed the ending to the film because of his interaction with his wife.
Oh my goodness.
So I also just want to note too, if you go back and watch First Wives Club, you know, we had to say goodbye to Diane Keaton early this year. Rob Reiner was also in First Wives Club. He played Goldie Hawn's plastic surgeon doctor in that as well. And so, I mean, the list goes on and on.
Mark on so many Hollywood classics for sure.
A legend.
He'll be missed. Gosh, this is a story we're, of course, following all morning here on Good Day LA. As any new information and reaction comes in, we're expecting a press conference from LAPD sometime this morning. And a live report coming up as well later on this hour. You can also read updates on foxla.com or on the Fox local app.
And unfortunately, now we turn to this other tragedy, the latest on the mass shooting at Brown University. The search for the killer continues after Rhode Island police release a person of suspect. Last night, community members held a vigil to mourn the 2 people who died. 9 others were injured in all of this, too. It was Saturday afternoon when a masked man with a gun entered an engineering lecture hall and started shooting before getting away. Police detained a person of interest on Sunday morning, but later released him, citing a lack of evidence. So now the search for the suspect continues.
Coordinating with the Attorney General's office, we're working very closely with them. We're collecting evidence. We're in the process also of interviewing individuals.
Authorities are still looking for the man dressed in black, seen in a video released late Saturday night. All final exams at Brown have been canceled and students have been dismissed for the winter break.
Happening today is a hearing to challenge California's new congressional maps. The lawsuit filed by the California Republican Party and Justice Department will try to block new district boundaries that were overwhelmingly passed by voters in November. The lawsuit accuses California of racial gerrymandering in violation of the Constitution by using race as a factor to favor Hispanic voters. Democrats argue Prop 50 was a response to GOP-led redistricting in Texas. Earlier this month, the Supreme Court allowed Texas to keep its maps.
All right, still ahead, water restrictions took effect overnight for customers of a local utility. So we'll break down the new rules and look at how long this shutdown will last.
And 2 men opened fire on a beach in Australia. We'll have the latest on why authorities are calling it a targeted attack.
Also coming up, the Food and Drug Administration expanding a recall for cinnamon products that may contain lead. The brands you need to watch out for.
Welcome back. 7:15 on this Monday morning, and Hanukkah celebrations around the world today may face stepped-up security after Sunday's shooting rampage on Bondi Beach in Australia.
A father and son are accused of carrying out what authorities call an anti-Semitic attack that left more than a dozen people dead. And Doug Luzader has the very latest now from Washington. Good morning, Doug.
Sandra and Jen, good morning. Just a horrific attack over the course of the weekend in Australia. Investigators think this was targeted, that it was an anti-Semitic attack, but we are still in the process of learning more about the two men accused of carrying it out. A Hanukkah celebration at Bondi Beach in Australia went forward, but with a great sense of loss and grief. Two gunmen here, a father and son, according to police, went on a rampage the day before, shooting into a largely Jewish crowd.
It's just such a horrible feeling because we're such a tight community.
One of the gunmen was tackled by a man who's now being hailed as a hero.
A very, very brave person, actually, who went and attacked frontally one of the shooters and saved a lot of lives.
President Trump addressed the attack at a Christmas event at the White House. Back in Australia, police are still piecing together the events, and they say one of the perpetrators legally owned the guns, despite the country's strict firearms laws.
We need to toughen these up.
Australia's Prime Minister says the laws need to be strengthened, but Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu blamed him.
Your government did nothing to stop the spread of anti-Semitism in Australia.
Jews are being targeted.
Former FBI agent Stuart Kaplan says Hanukkah celebrations now should have some level of controlled access, and if not,
I would tell you to stay home or do something else. I hate to say that, but that's the new America for which we are living in.
Okay, and the FBI also saying that they're assisting in that investigation as best they can. The FBI, by the way, also involved, and this is just breaking now, in foiling a terror plot in Los Angeles. 4 individuals apparently arrested. We're going to learn more about this through the course of the day. There is a news conference scheduled in a little over an hour. These 4 individuals, and I'm just kind of reading here, we're planning on carrying out a coordinated IED bombing attack on New Year's Eve.
Wow.
So again, 4 arrests of individuals they're saying are connected to the Los Angeles area. So we are still in the process of learning more about that. Back to you guys.
Are they going to be making a formal announcement at some point? I would assume, today.
Yeah, we expect there's going to be a news conference on this in a little over an hour this morning. These subjects, according to the FBI, according to federal investigators, they were self-identified as members of the radical offshoot of the Turtle Island Liberation Front, which is described as an extremist group motivated by pro-Palestinian, anti-law enforcement, and anti-government ideology.
Oh. It's really disconcerting news, so we'll get more details in about an hour, Doug. And clearly, this is the time of year where you got to be aware. And I know law enforcement is kicked up in higher mode because they are surveilling all of the chatter that they're seeing online, perhaps, or on these channels, right, Doug? To make sure that the holiday season is safe for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
And think about all the big public gatherings that are happening. I mean, we were just witness to what happened there in Australia.
That's right.
You have Hanukkah celebrations happening. You have Christmas celebrations happening. And then, of course, New Year's Eve. A lot of people gathering in very public areas. We've long known that is an area that federal investigators, local police, are really, really concerned about.
It's a soft spot for sure. All right, Doug, thank you. Meantime, a nor'easter is actually causing big-time headaches for travelers in several East Coast states. So this is the first nor'easter of the season. At least 10 inches of snow expected in New England. Officials up and down the East Coast are now urging residents to stay off the roadways. Schools and offices in hard-hit areas were closed today in an effort to keep people home.
A white Christmas, Maria, but not here.
No, not here. But this is, they've been waiting for this for a long time. I've seen some pictures of Manhattan and Central Park. It just became a winter wonderland. Of course, driving in these weather conditions a little tough, and flying, of course, tough as well. So you stay safe out there if you are traveling to the East Coast. Speaking of the East Coast, a high of just 15 degrees in Detroit today, 25 degrees. Actually, these are current temperatures. I'm sorry, pardon me. 25 degrees degrees currently in New York City. It is 30 degrees in Oklahoma City. I know people are streaming us. Good morning to you in Bismarck, North Dakota. 28 degrees currently. And here we are looking at some temperatures that are also quite chilly in the 40s and 50s, but it will warm up to the 80s and 70s later this afternoon. We've got 6 days left of fall officially on the calendar, and then we will welcome the winter season, winter solstice here on December 21st. That's this coming Sunday. We've got 10 days left of shopping until Christmas, and then 17 days until the new year. High pressures in control of our weather. It has been anchored pretty much in the East Pacific, keeping the storm track well away from us. There's yet again another storm system and another atmospheric river that is aimed right at the Pacific Northwest. If you're traveling to that part of the country and that part of the West Coast, you will be flying into some very wet weather, some snow as well up in the higher elevations. That high is going to continue to keep us protected from the storms until perhaps late Sunday into Monday, when we'll start to see that high break down, and there could be an area of low pressure moving close enough to us next week, the week of Christmas, that it could bring us some showers by the time we get to Christmas Eve and maybe even Christmas Day. I'll keep you posted as we get closer. In the meantime, plan for a dry week this week. 80 degrees for downtown LA, 85 in Indio, Anaheim. We've got some dense fog out there this morning, giving way to some sunshine this afternoon, and that high temperature near 70 degrees at 2 p.m. I'll send it back to you, too.
All right, Maria, thank you. So still ahead. LA Mayor Karen Bass already campaigning for re-election. What she's saying to families affected by the January wildfires and immigration raids.
And the Powerball jackpot grows again, and you have a chance to take home one of the biggest prizes in lottery history. We'll tell you just how much money is up for grabs. All right, we have a couple of recalls to tell you about this morning. First, the Food and Drug Administration is expanding a recall now for cinnamon products that may contain lead. The agency added cinnamon powder from the brand Lucky Foods for elevated levels of lead. The recalled product was sold in 14 states, including California. No illnesses have been reported.
And Savin Technology is recalling more than 11,000 of its company's ice crushers because of a fire risk. These products have been sold since 2021, and most people bought them online, including at Amazon and Walmart's website. So if you have one of these, you should contact the company for a refund.
All right, tonight, somebody could claim a massive lottery prize just in time for the holidays. Tonight's Powerball jackpot stands at $1.1 billion. Wow, that is the 6th largest jackpot in the game's history. The estimated cash value is just over $500 million. There have been 41 drawings without a grand prize winner. If you're playing tonight, good luck. You're going to need all the luck you can get because the odds of matching all 6 numbers are 1 in 292 million. You always hear like everyone got the 5, but missing that all-important Powerball number.
We're saying we still have a chance.
Yeah, there is. There always is, right?
There's hope.
Keep a small one, but there is a chance.
All right. Well, still ahead, the winter vomiting bug on the rise here in California.
Yeah.
Why there are concerns about a possible new strain, unfortunately.
Hogging up those hospitals for sure. And a Good Day LA, we want to hook you up with 4 tickets and party pit passes to Monster Jam at Angel Stadium of Anaheim on January 17th. We will be selecting one winner tomorrow after 2 p.m. Enter for a chance to win on our website, foxla.com/contest, or link to the QR code on the screen. Good luck. right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Good Day LA. It is 7:30 on this Monday morning. I'm Jen Lammers.
And I'm Sandra Endo. Thanks so much for joining us. Maria, what's the forecast looking like on this Monday?
Well, starting out with this, most definitely. Good morning to you. The foggy conditions outside. We have this very obscured camera here in Santa Monica, and as we look below to the beach, it is a soupy start to our Monday. So give yourself some time, please, and drive extra carefully as you head out the door. Temperatures are going to warm up, though, later this afternoon. Right now, it does feel cool. Still in the 40s for downtown LA, currently 48 degrees with some cloudy skies or that marine layer being around. This weekend, the temperatures actually did drop quite noticeably. Got down to 71 on Saturday, but then we started our warming trend again, 73 yesterday. Of course, all of these days of the month of December have been above normal, with the exception of that one day where we actually did reach the average 69. It was still mild, staying dry through this whole month so far, and it's a good thing we got all that rain in November and October. We still have a surplus that's going 4.71 inches above seasonal average because of all the rain we've received. We might get some rain sometime next week, the week of Christmas. I'll continue to watch the computer models, of course, and keep you posted. In the meantime, this week should stay dry. 80 degrees is what we're expecting today. Plenty of sunshine. Our sun will set later this afternoon at 4:45, and here are the temperatures we're expecting today. Highs near 80 degrees in Ontario, out in Corona, 81 in San Bernardino, 60 eventually up into Big Bear to that 84 in Palm Springs, 86 in Woodland Hills, approaching 90, and then upper 60s near 70 for most of our coastline. I'll show you the 7-day forecast plus your pictures in today's TV shoutouts in just a bit. But first, let's head back over to Samada, get another look at our traffic conditions. Hey, Samada.
Good morning, Marie. Good morning, everyone. Still pretty foggy in some spots, and as Marie pointed out, the dense fog advisory in place till about 10 o'clock. And right now, we do have a quick update here. Unfortunately, earlier this morning, there was a fatality-involved collision eastbound side of the 210 at Baldwin Avenue. We're looking at speeds down to 10 miles an hour on the westbound side, and the eastbound side down to 2 miles an hour. We're getting word that the slow lane is expected to open up fairly soon, so we'll keep you updated there. So we're on our way to a pretty good recovery. Real-time traffic, all directions, in and out of downtown, lots of red lights. A very tough drive, just under an hour from downtown to Santa Monica. Back to you, ladies.
All right, Samada, thank you. We are on top of a story that is rocking the entertainment industry. Legendary filmmaker Rob Reiner and his wife Michele were murdered at their Brentwood home.
That's right. Mario Ramirez is live in Brentwood with what we know so far about the police investigation and the details in this story. Mario?
Yeah, that's right. We're just outside the home here on Chadbourne Avenue, and just a short time ago, we did learn that the couple's 32-year-old son, Nick Reiner, is in custody being held on $4 million bail as we're waiting for new details from the LAPD here in this Brentwood neighborhood. Now take a look. Somber moments here as we saw the county coroner's crews removing the two bodies here from the home by, again, LA County Medical Examiner crews after that shocking discovery. Now, we had police, fire crews, and investigators. They were flooding the street here. They eventually cleared the scene after about 12 hours. Now, we can tell you that Rob Reiner, a household name in Hollywood for more than 5 decades, was found inside with his wife, Michele. Authorities say LA fire paramedics were initially called to the home around 3:30 Sunday afternoon for a medical emergency, and when they arrived, they found the two inside. Both were pronounced dead on the scene, and TMZ reporting that the couple suffered injuries consistent with a knife, also reporting exclusive details, gruesome details, that the couple had their throats slit. We, again, are waiting for confirmation on some of those details from the LAPD, but it's been very emotional out here, I will say, here in the neighborhood. We just saw as a few residents were walking by the home here, by the front gates, hugging, embracing, consoling each other after this shocking news. For now, that's the latest here in Brentwood. I'm Mario Ramirez. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
Definitely shocking and tragic, and a lot of people just hearing the news, you know, can't really fathom what's happening here. And friends and family members, of course, of Rob Reiner had so much love for him and all the wonderful movies he helped create.
Yeah, beloved movies. Haley Winslow joins us live from Hollywood now with reaction to the death. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, this is so awful. And, you know, it's a little bit strange that we're right on the foreground. In the background, you can see the Hollywood sign right we're on the Hollywood Walk of Fame right now in the 6400 block, which is where Carl Reiner's star is. He got it in 1999, and he actually is right next to his father's star, Carl Reiner, of course, a legendary comedian and director. They're the only two father and son stars next to each other on the Walk of Fame. You can see some flowers here on Rob's star and some candles. I'm sure this place will be absolutely flooded later on today. Rob, of course, going on to become one of the most successful directors of all time. He was born in the Bronx and moved to LA at 13. He went to Beverly Hills High School and then studied film at UCLA. SAG-AFTRA current president Sean Astin called Reiner one of the most successful and significant figures in the history of film and television. Of course, we all know the classics, When Harry Met Sally, The Princess Bride, and then his first big movie that he directed, Spinal Tap, in the mid-'80s, and then his last film that he just directed was the sequel, so kind of bookends as a director. Then, of course, he went on to do Stand By Me, written by Stephen King, A Few Good Men, and Misery. He gained fame as a kid playing Meathead in All in the Family, and celebrities are just, of course, pouring out their love and prayers to the family. Stephen King writing, "I'm horrified and saddened by the death of Rob Reiner and Michele, wonderful friend, political ally, and brilliant filmmaker. Rest in peace, Rob. You always stood by me." Eric Idle, they've been friends for half a century. He just talked to him last night. He said on X, "Rob Reiner was a lovely man. I spoke to him last night for over an hour. I always enjoyed his company. I met him at his dad's in 1975. He was telling me about filming at Stonehenge and his thoughts for the future. This is so awful. I shall miss him. A clever, talented, and very thoughtful man. So awful." And then Princess Bride lead Carrie Elwes says no words with two empty director chairs. Of course, Carrie was the lead in The Princess Bride, the one that melted all of the girls' hearts. But, his wife, of course, they met on the set of When Harry Met Sally. She was a photographer, did a little bit of acting as well. And their meeting actually inspired Rob to change the ending to a happy one, so because of his budding romance. And this was his second wife. They had Rob had 4 kids, 3 of them with Michele. They've been married 35 years. Of course, this is just extremely tragic. And the other thing that I just wanted to mention was all the charity work that they did. I mean, they were huge advocates for child education, and that's something that they're a legacy that they're definitely leaving behind. Reporting live here on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, I'm Haley Winslow, Fox 11 News. Back to you guys.
Haley, thank you so much for all of that. And of course, we're trying to wrap our minds around what exactly happened as questions remain, and investigators are working to piece together what led to the deaths of Rob Reiner and his wife, Michele.
So joining us now is TMZ senior reporter and producer Charlie Neff. Charlie, thank you for being with us this morning.
Thank you so much for having me.
So TMZ, you guys have been reporting this all day. They broke the news that their son, Nick, was actually arrested. He's 32 years old, being held on $4 million bail. Charlie, what else do we know about Nick and how police actually zeroed in on him as the suspect?
Yeah, this is an unthinkable tragedy that happened yesterday at Rob Reiner's home that he shares with his wife, Michele, who is actually, they're the parents of Nick. Of course, anybody that knows Rob and Michele knows the history of their son, Nick. He has been in and out of rehab. He's suffered with substance abuse issues. He's also been homeless over the years at some points. So I'm being told that yesterday, their daughter, Romy, arrived to her parents' house and discovered both of her parents that had been passed away due to knife wounds in the neck area. Obviously, this was a horrific incident for the daughter to arrive on the scene and see. I'm told that when the paramedics and when the police arrived, she had relayed to the police that she believed a family member was behind this. Apparently, there was some kind of argument that had occurred between her parents and this family member. Obviously, now we know that Nick is in custody in connection with the murder that happened yesterday at the home. You know, everybody loved Rob Reiner, so it's just such a shock about what went down yesterday at this home. And of course, we'll keep you guys updated with more information that's coming in.
Yeah, we're learning more about how he had just spoken to some of his friends for over an hour that evening on the phone. He's such a beloved figure in Hollywood. And then you're talking about how their bodies were found with that knife wound around their neck. Do you know any more details about the situation inside the home and when they were discovered?
Yeah, so they were discovered yesterday afternoon, like I mentioned, when the daughter arrived there. Unclear exactly what this argument was about that may have led to the murder. You know, we are looking into it. We're hearing more information. Hopefully soon we'll have more updates for you guys. But, you know, authorities as well are trying to piece together exactly what went down and why this would ever happen, possibly from a son.
Yeah, motive, of course, is going to be the number one question here. Do you know if Nick had regular contact with his mom and dad leading up to this, or how long he had been estranged from the family?
Yeah, you know, I think their relationship was very rocky. Obviously, like I mentioned, Nick has had a lot of substance abuse issues over the years, which has been publicly documented. As far as what their current relationship was, you know, between Nick and his parents, it's a little unknown. We are speaking with a lot of people to try to get to the bottom of that, to figure out exactly why he would have done this to his parents, especially in this gruesome manner. And it was definitely a shock for the daughter, Romy, to come into the house, discover this yesterday, and I'm told she was absolutely devastated.
That is a horrible way to find your parents. All right, Charlie, thank you, and thank you to the work that TMZ has been doing to cover this story.
Thank you so much.
And of course, we'll have team coverage, continuing coverage, both here and on our Fox Local app. Okay, let's get over to Samad in the meantime for a check on our morning commute. Good morning.
Good morning, Jen. Good morning, everyone. Traffic is sponsored by Jacoby & Myers Injury Lawyers, and we do have, unfortunately, this accident. We're going to take you over to the Colton area, eastbound side of the 210 at Pepper Avenue. This is a deadly crash, and this the right lane is going to be shut down for at least the next 4 hours, as we've got crews on the scene there, emergency crews, that is, and we have this fatality crash on the eastbound side of the 210 at Baldwin Avenue. We're getting word that the slow lane has opened up, and a lot of residual slowing does continue through that stretch. It's foggy out there. Make sure you plan accordingly for that. Look at both directions along the 10 at Channing Street through downtown. A little slow and go on the westbound side. The eastbound side moving along fairly well. And here's a look at some other traffic hotspots.
My car just hit me out of nowhere. My back was hurting, my neck was hurting. I called Jacoby & Myers. Hiring Jacoby & Myers was the best choice that I made. They genuinely cared of how I was feeling, how I was doing. Because of the settlement, I was able to spend more time with my family.
Jacoby & Myers, for the justice you deserve.
Breaking news at this hour. Federal authorities say they have disrupted a credible terrorist threat to Los Angeles over the weekend, arresting 4 alleged members of a radical pro-Palestinian extremist group accused of planning 5 different coordinated New Year's Eve bombings in Los Angeles. And now to our top stories right now. Hollywood is in shock over the deaths of director Rob Reiner and his wife, Michele. Their bodies were found yesterday afternoon at their home in Brentwood, and no arrests have been made as of this point. The LA Times and TMZ are reporting the Reiner suffered an apparent stab wounds, but the son, Nick, is in custody. The Pacific Northwest is still dealing with historic flooding. New video shows the U.S. Coast Guard rescuing people stranded on a rooftop as water rises in their neighborhood. This is from the town of Sumas, right on the U.S.-Canadian border. Washington State is currently under a state of emergency, and thousands have been ordered to evacuate. Workers at the Louvre are voting to go on strike after months of mounting pressure following a jewel heist at the museum. The iconic museum closed to the public today as workers demand urgent renovations and staffing increases. They're citing a security breach, which saw thieves pull off a heist in 7 minutes, getting away with $102 million worth of jewels. The number of people getting sick from the Norovirus, a vomiting bug, is climbing again here in California. State health officials say Norovirus levels are increasing in LA County and across the San Francisco Bay Area. Doctors warn a new subvariant could make even more people sick. Norovirus is highly contagious. Symptoms include vomiting, diarrhea, and stomach pain, which typically last for up to 3 days. All right, let's go check in with Maria.
Yeah, stay healthy. We've got the holidays just around the corner, and as we start our new week and our new day here on this Monday, we have some overcast conditions, but it's going to get a little bit more sunny and warmer as we get into the afternoon. Good Day LA weather is brought to you by My Home Sold. The island of Catalina still, though, looking beautiful. As far as the key dates coming up, 6 days until the start of the winter season, the winter solstice here in the Northern Hemisphere, coming up on Sunday. 10 days until Christmas Day, and then we have 17 days until the end of 2025, and we start a new year. High temperatures across the country today will range anywhere from that 29 in New York City, blanketed by all of that snow, 19 degrees in Detroit, 25 in Chicago, 44 in Omaha, 36 in Bismarck for that high temperature. My goodness, Minneapolis just 25 degrees, 81 here in Phoenix. We have some fog this morning, as we have been talking about, and it's particularly dense. We got pockets of it. Here are some of the areas where we've got the dense fog advisories that are in effect. Portions of LA County, up on your drive through parts of the Grapevine and that 5 freeway, Santa Barbara County as well. Our coast as well, seeing some pockets of dense fog. So just watch that. We do have a quarter-mile visibility or even less, so that's very hazardous for commuters and for drivers this morning. So just keep that in mind as you head out the door. In the meantime, high pressure is in control of our weather. We're going to get this clockwise flow of air around this area of high pressure, and that gives us the offshore flow, which will help to warm up the atmosphere. So temperatures are going to get warmer than this past weekend. Again, another round of 70s and 80s as we get through the better part of this week. Area of low pressure continues to move into the Pacific Northwest. This high going to stay pretty strong through the week this week, and then start to break down as we get to the latter part of this weekend into next week. And there's a chance we could see some showers as we get into next week for Christmas Eve and maybe even Christmas Day. I'll keep you posted as we get closer. In the meantime, 1 to 3 feet for our surf heights from Ventura South into Orange County and San Diego. Here's our 7-day forecast. 67 on average along the coast. We'll warm it up to even the low 70s as we get towards Thursday. Downtown LA today, 80 degrees, getting to 82 on Thursday, maybe even warmer than that. And then we start a cooling trend Friday into the upcoming weekend. At this point on Sunday, just in time for the start of the winter season, there's a 10% chance we could see some light drizzle. 86 for the valleys and the Inland Empire. Look at this, approaching 90 degrees by Thursday, 88. The mountains should get up to around 60 degrees in Big Bear today. Lots of sunshine for our mountain locations. Cold enough, though, at least to make snow during the overnight hours. High desert staying dry as well. 69 degrees today, warming up to 75 on Friday. All right, let's do some TV shout-outs before you walk out that door. Let's see. Oh, did I just go backwards? Let me move forward. Here we go. GDLA TV shout-outs. Who do we have up on deck? A happy 8th birthday to Sasha. We love you so much, says your G-Pa, and also your Lola. And then happy birthday to Ronan Cutie Pie in your Spidey outfit. We love you, says your family. Keep those pictures coming. All you have to do is email them to us at tvshoutouts@fox.com, tvshoutouts@fox.com. Back to you.
Thank you, Maria. All right, let's jump into some entertainment now. Entertainment is sponsored by Yamava Resort and Casino. Zootopia 2, putting the 2 in the second film to join the $1 billion club for 2025. In fact, it made history as the fastest PG-rated film to make $1 billion in just 17 days.
Wow.
Partnership is the cornerstone of success.
No, carrots.
Beautiful.
Beautiful indeed. Zootopia 2 back in that #1 spot at the box office over the weekend. It brought in $26.3 million in its third week in North American theaters. It dethroned last week's #1 movie, which was Five Nights at Freddy's 2. It's a whole weekend of sequels, by the way. Disney will most likely own the top spot next week when another one of its films hits theaters. I'm talking Avatar: Fire and Ash. That's the third installment in the Avatar franchise. And in honor of Zootopia 2 hitting the $1 billion mark and making a fortune, here's my sit down with the sequel's newest stars, Fortune Feemster and Kei-Wei Kwan. I say this with all due respect, okay, because you play a beaver. Damn girl! Have you said that yet?
Not
yet. Yeah, girl. And how does it feel to be part of Disney history?
Oh, nice. Look at this outfit.
Yeah, I wore it for you.
Snake time.
Yeah.
No snake has set foot in Zootopia in forever.
There's a snake!
It's my ZOOTD, not just my OOTD, because this is a film that you just want to get jiggy with it,
That's
right?
right, yes.
You're in it to win it.
All right, Carrots, any idea where you want to start?
If you want to find you a reptile, I am your gal.
There is a line in the movie that says, it's called a hustle, sweetheart. And we all have to hustle in this town. Let's be 100, right?
That's right.
If you had to describe your own personal hustle in one word, what would it be? Like my hustle's probably persistent.
Okay.
What about Fortune's hustle? What about Kiwi's?
Let me see. Yours is persistent.
Yeah, that's how I would describe my hustle.
Mine would just be like, I'm trying to think of one word, but I just never stop, you know? I guess
consistent.
Yeah. Hey, bub.
Hey, bub.
Hey, bub.
Hey, bub. Hey, bub, bub.
Hey, bub. Bubby, bub.
Hey, bub. Hey, bub. Hey, ho.
Hey, bub, bub.
I like Gary's. I mean, he's really friendly. Like, like permission to hug. Like, just be like really friendly and nice and earnest.
Yes.
And sincere. That's a great way too.
You know what? I'm jealous of your hustle. Zootopia 2 is in theaters now. And, we're seeing a lot of movies drop right now. Christmas Day, Sandra, is a really big day to go and see a movie at the theaters. And that leads us to our poll question. How do you watch new movies? Do you like to go to the theater? Do you like to just rent them via streaming? Or do you wait even longer to watch them for free on the app or through streaming? Go to foxlay.com/vote to let us know.
And that Avatar movie, how long are we expecting? Because
it is 3 hours and about 15 minutes.
Okay, so it's an investment in more ways than one.
In more ways than one, but I will tell you this, that is a movie you want to see on the big screen.
Yeah.
In the theaters. There's really no other way to see Avatar.
Okay.
3D.
But you need a lot, half a day for it.
Yeah, eat lunch beforehand, a meal, take a nap.
Yeah, that's right. All right, thank you, Amanda. So I bet you all wondered about this, okay? The healthiest snack obsession of 2026, well, it's cabbage. Cabbage is the vegetable of the year. According to Pinterest Predicts annual report, it says the low-cost veggie is only 22 calories, serves as a nutritional powerhouse, and just 1 cup of raw green cabbage delivers more than half of your daily vitamin C intake. The report also says searches for cabbage dumplings jumped 110% this year. All right, still ahead, the holiday ice rink at Pershing Square is now open, so we'll take you there live. And are you finished shopping yet? What about shipping? The deadlines you need to know to make sure your gifts make it under the tree in time.
Busy morning for you. Good morning. Welcome to Good Day LA at 8 o'clock. I'm Jen Lammers.
And I'm Sandra Endo in for Bob this morning. Let's take a look at some of the stories we're covering for you. We do have breaking news in the tragic death of legendary director and actor Rob Reiner. We have new details to share about who could be responsible.
And new details this morning in a mass shooting in Australia targeting the Jewish community.
And new challenges to Proposition 50 today, what it could mean for California's congressional maps going forward. But first, let's check in with Maria.
Yeah, let's talk about our weather that's outside right now, including the dense fog. Current visibility showing you really reduced visibility, nearly zero. 1 mile per visibility here in Long Beach, 1 mile as well in Santa Monica, out towards Corona. Basically zero. A lot of the coastal communities looking at some very dense fog this morning. So please give yourself a little extra time because of that. And we do have dense fog advisories in effect. 51 in Burbank currently, 39 in Palmdale, 53 in Ontario, 54 in Santa Ana. Big Bear in the low 20s. Still at this hour, 23 degrees, 62 in Palm Springs. High temperatures will range anywhere from 60, eventually up into Big Bear in the mountains with lots of sunshine, to 84 in Palm Springs in that low desert area. It's going to be warmer today. It's not going to feel like December again with these high temperatures. Downtown LA, 80 degrees and approaching 90 for the valleys and the Inland Empire. I'll let you know how long this warm bout will last and when can we expect December weather to come back in just a few moments. In the meantime, let's check back in with Samada, get another look at our traffic conditions outside. Hey, Samada.
Good morning, Maria. Good morning, everyone. It continues to be really tough out, yes, due to the fog, but we also have a couple signal alerts still in place, and unfortunately, there's a fatality involved crash here. Eastbound side of the 210 at Pemper Avenue. The on-ramp is blocked off for the next 4 hours, and look at speeds down to 8 miles per hour through the Colton area. So just a heads up on your approach towards the 215 to give yourself extra time as they work that issue. Both directions still really heavy. Fatality crash early this morning, eastbound side of the 210 at Baldwin Avenue. The slow lane has opened up, but there's just enough activity still allowing for these major delays through the Arcadia area. We talked about the fog. It's clearing up here in this downtown Caltrans camera shot. Eastbound side doing pretty good. Meanwhile, westbound side, as you're getting interior downtown, going to be a little foggy up ahead. Send back over to you two.
All right, Samada, thank you. Breaking news now, the FBI and Justice Department says it stopped a major terror plot targeting Southern California. Attorney General Pam Bondi says a far-left group, the Turtle Island Liberation Front, planned bombings in Orange County and Los Angeles starting on New Year's Eve. They allegedly wanted to target ICE agents and vehicles. Authorities say the group's anti-government and anti-capitalist motives fueled the plan. Bondi says thanks to the FBI and U.S. attorneys, the plot was foiled and 4 people have been arrested. We are awaiting a news conference that's set for later on this morning as well.
And we continue to follow the breaking news, of course, in the deaths of director Rob Reiner and his wife, Michele. We're now learning one of his sons is now in custody.
Mario Ramirez is live in Brentwood with more on what we know about this latest development. Good morning, Mario.
Yeah, that's right. Good morning. 32-year-old Nick Reiner being held on $4 million bail in custody in L.A. County. And we can tell you that we're just outside the home here. This has quickly become one of Hollywood's most shocking cases in recent memory. The couple's bodies found inside that home just beyond the white gate you see here behind me. Now, take a look. We want to show you activity here in the neighborhood overnight because it was quite the response here from LAPD. We saw investigators spending the overnight hours going through the home here on Chadbourne Avenue after obtaining a search warrant. Hollywood director Rob Reiner and his wife, Michele Singer Reiner, discovered dead inside the home Sunday afternoon in what's being treated as an apparent double murder. Emergency crews, they were called out here around 3:30 for a medical emergency, and when first responders entered the home, they found both Rob and Michele Reiner dead, and both suffered from apparent stab wounds. In a turn in the case, this morning we learned Rob and Michele's son, 32-year-old Nick Reiner, was taken into custody, and online jail records show he's being held by the LA County Sheriff's Department on a felony charge with bail set again at $4 million. And at this point, police have not released the specific charges connected to the arrest. Investigators, meanwhile, say one of the couple's daughters found the bodies and called police. That same daughter reportedly telling authorities a family member should be considered a suspect. Now, detectives from LAPD's Robbery Homicide Division are leading the case, and officials have said they continue to interview family members and others who might have important information. Now, police have also said there were no signs of forced entry here at the home. And as for the charges that we've been talking about, they have not been filed on that 32-year-old son that is in custody right now. That'll happen from the district attorney's office. We're waiting for an update here from the LAPD. We did see officers returning here to the scene, but that was more for crowd control because right now there's a huge crowd, dozens of media crews lined up here on the street, as well as some influencers who came out here and started heckling. So the police out here responding to that for now. That's the latest here in Brentwood. We'll send it back to you.
Certainly a lot of attention at that home this morning. So Reiner's movies are so beloved worldwide. They've become part of the cultural conversation, right? Dramas, thrillers, rom-coms. That's the range that he had, all a part of a big-time legacy he leaves behind.
That's right. Haley Winslow joins us from his star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame with reaction to the shocking news. Haley?
With the backdrop of the Hollywood sign here, yes, this is his star here in the 6400 block of Hollywood Boulevard. Rob Reiner got this star in 1999, becoming one of the most significant figures in the history of film and television, right next to his legendary father, of course, comedian and director Carl Reiner. It was, pretty remarkable that Rob was able to make such a big name for himself as well, becoming a producer, an actor, and one of the most successful directors of all time. Born in the Bronx, he moved to LA at 13 years old, went to Beverly Hills High School, and then studied film at UCLA. Of course, the films, we all know them, but he first gained fame as Meathead on the CBS sitcom All in the Family, and that earned him 2 Primetime Emmy Awards. And then in the 80s, he started his big hits as a director. This is Spinal Tap, of course, Stand By Me, and then our beloved comedies, The Princess Bride and When Harry Met Sally in the late 80s. His directing success continued through the 90s with Misery, A Few Good Men, and The American President. A Few Good Men actually received several Oscar nominations, including one for Best Picture. Reiner acted in supporting roles in a number of films, including Sleepless in Seattle, The First Wives Club, and The Wolf of Wall Street. His final film behind the camera, Spinal Tap 2, released just a few months ago. Celebrities, of course, posting their heartfelt condolences to the Reiner family. A couple of those we want to share with you. Ron Howard saying our careers and lives intersected often over the decades, from Rob writing the pilot script for Happy Days, and then as we shifted from acting careers into directing and producing. He proved to be a superlative filmmaker, a supportive colleague, and at all times a dedicated citizen. Rob will be missed on so many levels. My heart goes out to his family and his many close friends. And then you can see a picture of Jerry O'Connell as a kid, of course, from his role in Stand By Me. And it says, "Love you, Rob, sincerely." Now, people have been coming by as soon as the sun came up, dropping off some flowers and some candles. I'm sure this will only grow in the coming hours. We talked to one lady a few minutes ago about what Rob Reiner meant to her.
Well, Rob Reiner's passing, well, I believe that this is a physical death. I believe the spiritual is always here. In fact, me walking here and seeing this now is part of the energy, meaning he's been a hero to a lot of people, doing films and doing things like that myself. So I believe that what we do is people still live on in those ways, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Rob had 4 kids, 3 with his wife, Michele. They've been together 35 years, meeting on the set of When Harry Met Sally, which not only led to their marriage, but it also led to Reiner changing the end of the famous film. They did so much charity work, including really advocating for children's education and social issues. Just everyone just coming by and just expressing their deep condolences and just the tragic details of this as his star will continue to grow throughout the day. Reporting live here on the Walk of Fame, I'm Haley Winslow. I'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah, he certainly had that Midas touch on any project he worked on. What a legacy he leaves behind.
Truly.
All right, Haley, thank you. Turning now to international news, Australian leaders are vowing to tighten their nation's already tough gun control laws following the deadly terror attack at Sydney's famed Bondi Beach. Authorities say a father and son opened fire at people attending a Hanukkah event to observe the first night of the 8-day Jewish holiday. 15 people were killed and nearly 40 others are in the hospital. The ages of those killed range from 10 years old to 87. Australia's Prime Minister says the gunmen were not part of a wider cell, but were clearly motivated by extremism.
An act of pure evil, an act of terror, an act of anti-Semitism.
We could just hear the gunshots and they're just so loud. And we didn't know which way that they were shooting.
Australia says the 50-year-old suspect who immigrated to the country in 1998 died in a gun battle with police. Authorities aren't revealing his country of origin, though. His 24-year-old son was born in Australia and is in critical condition after his shootout with police. New gun control proposals include limiting who can obtain gun licenses in Australia.
Happening today is a hearing to challenge California's new congressional maps. The lawsuit filed by the California Republican Party and Justice Department will try to block new district boundaries that were overwhelmingly passed by voters in November. The lawsuit accuses California of racial gerrymandering in violation of the Constitution by using race as a factor to favor Hispanic voters. Democrats argue Prop 50 was a response to GOP-led redistricting in Texas. Earlier this month, the Supreme Court allowed Texas to keep its maps.
All right, still ahead, a gunman opens fire at Brown University. We'll have the very latest on the search for the suspect.
And water restrictions took effect overnight for customers of a local utility. We're going to break down the new rules and look at how long the shutdown will last.
Taking a look at some of our top stories this morning, Hollywood is in shock over the deaths of director Rob Reiner and his wife Michele. Their bodies were found yesterday afternoon at their home in Brentwood, and their son Nick has now been arrested in connection with the murders. The LA Times and TMZ reporting the Reiners suffered apparent stab wounds.
Santa Clarita Valley Water is asking customers to pause all outdoor water use for the next week because of scheduled maintenance at Castaic Lake. The shutoff request includes washing cars by hand, filling or refilling pools, or other major uses for water. The restrictions end December 22nd, so a week from today.
And the Pacific Northwest is still dealing with historic flooding. New video showing the U.S. Coast Guard rescuing people stranded on a rooftop as water rises in their neighborhood. This is from the town of Sumas, right on the U.S.-Canadian border. Washington state is currently under a state of emergency, and thousands are being ordered to evacuate.
Now to the latest on the mass shooting at Brown University in Rhode Island.
That's right. Rhode Island police there have released a person of interest as a search for the suspect continues. Kaylee Schuyler joins us live from Providence with all the details. Kaylee.
Hi, Jen and Sandra. So investigators say the previous person of interest didn't match DNA evidence, so they let him go, and the shooter is still on the loose. The mayor of Providence says that the community is safe and that they are not going to put in a shelter-in-place order again. But it was late last night when officials admitted that they couldn't say whether or not the shooter had left the state, so they say they're just following the tips they receive.
Not going to give away the game plan, but the fact of the matter is that law enforcement has the tools necessary to solve this case, but we're 36 hours out. So, you know, it can never be too fast, particularly for the victims and their families.
Officials say this video is the most useful to track down the shooter, but we can't even see a face. We're told it's a man in his 30s dressed in dark clothing. Police say the shooter used a handgun to fire more than 40 rounds into a classroom during a final exam review on Saturday. Rhode Island's Attorney General says there are not a lot of cameras in the building where the shooting happened, saying they are not holding back any helpful video. Locals held a vigil last night to remember the 2 students who died, and the latest information we have on the 9 injured is 1 student is in critical condition, 7 are stable, and 1 has been released from the hospital. The university has canceled classes and finals for the rest of the semester, so 1 student says the vigil was closure.
Very sad and coming out of a period of being very scared. I wanted to come out here in particular as a time when everybody is going to be together.
So this is the building, the engineering building where the shooting happened, and police say there are going to be extra patrols in this area and throughout the city. They're asking if you know anything to reach out to the FBI. And we also haven't heard any updates on whether there's going to be a news conference held today. In Providence, Rhode Island, Kaylee Schuyler, Fox 11 News.
All right, Kaylee, thank you for that. On to this now. Air travelers are dealing with flight delays this morning after a snowstorm hit parts of the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic. So check out this video. Residents in New York receiving their first big winter snowfall of the season as the storm rolled through the region yesterday. And further south, roughly half a foot fell in Virginia and parts of the Carolina. The National Weather Service says up to 14 inches of snow could fall across parts of the Midwest and Mid-Atlantic through today. According to FlightAware, more than 600 flights nationwide have been canceled today. Another 1,400 flights have been delayed.
Much different picture out here.
That's right.
Maria.
Complete opposite. I know not too many people really complaining about our weather right now, especially when you consider that we did get quite a bit of rain last month and the month before. So we actually still have a surplus in our bucket. Right now, the winds coming out of the north and northeast. So this is indicative of this area of high pressure once again in control of our weather. So that offshore flow at the moment, not too strong. No wind advisories as of yet anyway. I suspect some might pop up by late tomorrow into Wednesday and Thursday. However, the offshore flow will help to warm up the atmosphere, again, well above average. That area of high pressure keeping us protected from the storms that are moving into the Pacific Northwest, and yet again another one moving in, bringing lots of rain as far south as Northern California, and then some snow up into the Cascades. High pressure will start to weaken and break down, I think, this weekend. According to the models, at least a 10% chance for maybe some sprinkles late Sunday into next week, opening the door to maybe some rain for Christmas week or even Christmas Eve with some showers into Christmas morning. We'll wait and see. Of course, we're continuing to watch the computer models, and we'll keep you abreast of what's going on until then. But this week will stay dry, so whatever you have planned this week, it looks good. 80 degrees expected for downtown LA, 65 in San Diego. Here's your day planner for Thousand Oaks. We have some clouds. We still have some fog out there in many areas, but temperatures will get to those mid-upper 70s later this afternoon. Riverside, lots of sunshine. sunshine, nearing 80 by 2-3 p.m. today. Laguna Beach as well. Some clouds, a little bit of that fog this morning with that high temperature into the upper 60s. One more, let's go up to Big Bear. Lots of sunshine there. Temperatures near 60 degrees at 1 p.m. Stay with us. We're going to be right back after this quick break.
All right, how about some good news this morning?
Yes,
I think we could all use it. This morning, kids in Torrance got a holiday surprise that goes way beyond toys.
That's right. LAPD Harbor Division is hosting its annual Shop with a Cop event, pairing officers with kids for a special shopping trip.
Sergeant Ron Terrazas joins us now with how it's all going out there. Sergeant, good morning to you. Thank you.
Good morning. How's it going?
Good, good. Okay, so tell us all about the event and really how it works, how these kids are chosen.
So luckily for us, we have a great partnership with Walmart. Walmart has a grant that it's called Smart Good. And so that donation, our senior lead officers here at Harbor Division go out into our communities and pick out some kids in need. And each kid gets about a $150 gift card. And what we do is we make our lists, we have them come down here, we partner them up with an officer, and they go shopping for 150 bucks. It's a great event. The manager here at Walmart, the people here at Walmart were real gracious, opened their doors to us, to our kids. And, you know, big thanks to Walmart, Mark, the manager, James out here as well, and all our senior lead officers that went out into our communities and picked out these kids and gave them a good little gift for Christmas.
A great gift. $150 will get you a long way, but also the fact that an officer is shopping with them. It must be more than just shopping and giving gifts. It's really about creating a bond.
Yes, right. It's a great way for our officers to interact with our community members, especially the children. You know, they have great conversations. You know, they get to see us in a different light, and it's great for us officers to give back to the community, give back to the children in our community that we serve.
I was going to ask you what kind of conversations you have with some of the kids out there. I bet you it's a lot of fun to watch their eyes light up and to go shopping with their officers.
Oh, yes. You know, the conversations are like, how much can I get? You know, what do you think about this? And the officers also like, hey, this is a good one, right? Yeah. So it's a great experience all around. And again, it's building those bridges with our communities and giving back, right? And, you know, it's a feel-good event all around.
Yeah, definitely a core memory, building trust and a relationship with officers and the community there. So how about the families, the parents, their reaction to all this?
Oh, it's great. Obviously, we try to keep the parents outside so the kids can go wild, give them a little free time. And yes, and you know, obviously, you know, they're out there waiting for their children. You know, the eyes on their faces as well, right? Yeah. Such joy. A lot of pictures, and all of us officers wearing these Christmas hats, right?
Yeah. Super so festive. Yeah.
Yes.
What's on most kids' lists, would you say?
A lot of Legos, a lot of Lilo and Stitch stuff. Yeah. And our first shopper went in there and got an Apple Watch. Oh, so, smart. He knew exactly what he wanted, went straight to it, and came out with his watch.
I love the fact the parents are outside. They can't influence the kids. They're like, that's right. Pick something good. You need clothes for school.
No coaching. Nope.
Yeah. Only fun.
Yeah, no coaching.
Right.
Yes, grab all the toys you want.
That's right. That's perfect.
Yes.
So great. All right,
Sergeant,
well, thank you so much. What a great event.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, so still ahead, the FBI stops a major terror plot targeting Southern California. A press conference is expected in just a few minutes from now, and of course, we'll bring it to you live when it happens.
That's right. We'll be right back. Good morning, everyone. Happy Monday. Good daily at 8:30 right now. I'm Sandra Endo in for Bob.
And I'm Jen Lammers. Yes, thanks for joining us on this Monday. It's a tough Monday. There's a lot going on. But at least the weather's nice. At least we have that.
Yeah, at least there is that. And we're looking at summer-like weather to make a return this week. So we are dry. We have sunshine in the forecast after some dense fog. Dense fog still a problem across some areas in Southern California, especially the San Gabriel Valley. Really tough to see. And that dense fog advisory expected to lift right around 10 o'clock. And then we're going to see more sunshine as we push into the afternoon hours. And then the heat is back. We're looking at a range of 70s and 80s. And we're on our way to even hotter temperatures as we push through Thursday. Could be our warmest day of this 7-day period. It's December, and we're inching closer to the official start of winter, which is this Sunday. And by this Sunday, we might reintroduce a slight chance of some precipitation. In the meantime, the big weather problem right now is just trying to drive through the dense fog. Areas along the 10, the 210, the 605, pretty much a problem. Low visibility down to less than a quarter mile in some areas. Temperatures right now layer up. We've got 51 degrees in Burbank under a lot of fog cover in Corona. Temperatures of 44 degrees. So you do want to layer up at this early hour, and you do want your jacket. But later this afternoon, as I mentioned, we're going to heat things up all the way down the coast. It'll be nice and mild. 60s are in the forecast for the South Bay all the way into the Huntington Beach area. 80s on tap. Boyle Heights, Santa Ana, Anaheim looking pretty good, and hotter for our interior valleys. Woodland Hills could see a high today of about 86 degrees, all courtesy of the weak offshore flow, and that's what's helping to elevate our temperatures. Just be careful as you're driving through canyons and below our passes. Those crosswinds can reach up to about 35 miles an hour. No wind advisories. We don't have that upper level support, but it's just gusty enough to be a little bit of a problem for areas along the 5, the 14 corridor, as well as the 15. High deserts, about 69 degrees. Low deserts, keeping it right around 84 degrees. Got you covered traffic-wise, and it has been just a busy morning. And unfortunately, we do have this new collision. We're going to take you over to the Sun Valley area. Stalled vehicle. We've got speeds down to 12 miles an hour southbound side of the 5 at Hollywood Way. It's a SIG alert. It's going to take a couple hours before they completely take that stalled vehicle out of lanes. And this fatality crash still has you slow, unfortunately, both directions. Overnight collision led to that fatality. Corner and route eastbound side of the 210 at Baldwin Avenue. We've got speeds down to 14 miles an hour, even in the opposing lane. So we'll continue to watch that very closely. And sadly, another deadly crash eastbound side of the 210 at Pepper Avenue. Speeds down to 12 miles there on your approach towards the Colton area. We do have emergency crews on scene, and the on-ramp continues to be shut down for at least an additional 3 hours there. Here's the live Caltrans camera look. This is going to be the 71, so things look a little better. Visibility also better through that stretch. Back to you two.
All right, thank you, Samara. So we have breaking news in the shocking deaths of director Rob Reiner and his wife, Michele. The couple's son, 32-year-old son, Nick, is now under arrest.
Mario Ramirez is live in Brentwood with more on this latest development. Mario.
Sandra, Jen, that's right. We learned about this arrest of 32-year-old Nick Reiner in the last few hours, being held on $4 million bail in connection to this double murder. We're just outside the home here. Now, take a look. We want to go to video showing you the somber moment that the couple's bodies were removed here from the property after being found inside less than 24 hours ago. Now, from here, they'll work to determine the official cause of death. Reiner was a longtime Hollywood figure with his career in acting and directing spanning 5 decades. And right now, police say the focus is on the circumstances surrounding these deaths. Investigators are treating this as a murder case and say the evidence collected from inside the home overnight is critical. Fire paramedics, they were called here to the house on Chadbourne Avenue around 3:30 Sunday afternoon for a medical emergency. And when they went inside, they found both bodies, Rob Reiner, 78, and his wife, Michele Singer Reiner, 68, dead. The detectives secured the scene and waited for a search warrant before conducting a detailed investigation of the property. And we saw a lot of that happening this morning. TMZ and LA Times, meanwhile, reporting that both victims suffered stab wounds. The case was quickly turned over to LAPD's Robbery Homicide Division. And now, a significant update. We learned the couple's son, 32-year-old Nick Reiner, is in custody. Jail records show that he's being held on a felony charge with bail set again at $4 million, but police haven't said specific charges. We're still waiting for an update on that. Investigators say a family member found the bodies inside and called for help. Now, detectives back out here live Live, they continue to interview family members. That investigation has been a lengthy one so far, and we are expecting an update from the LAPD. We can also tell you that there's been lots of activity here outside the home. LAPD has returned, and right now, dozens of media crews here lining the street waiting for those crucial updates. For now, that's the latest here in Brentwood. I'm Mario Ramirez. We'll send it back to you.
More to come on that investigation for sure, Mario. Thank you so much. But we also have to talk about the amazing legacy and body of work that Reiner leaves behind.
That's right. Haley Winslow joins us from his star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Some fans have been coming by to pay their respects and share stories of their own. Good morning, Haley.
Good morning. Yes, we're in the 6400 block of the Hollywood Walk of Fame with the Hollywood sign in the background, and people have been coming by dropping off the flowers and candles. Of course, Rob Reiner got his star right next to his father, who he always looked up to, and really credits for giving him his comedic chops. He got it back in 1999, and really became one of the most successful directors of all time. So pretty remarkable that he was able to rise to fame just like his dad. Actors frequently say Reiner creates one of the safest, most collaborative sets in Hollywood. He quietly mentored young filmmakers. Jack Nicholson, A Few Good Men, and Kathy Bates from Misery both credit Reiner for some of their career-defining performances. He was born in the Bronx, moved to L.A. at the age of 13, went to Beverly Hills High School, and then Rob Reiner studied film at UCLA. SAG-AFTRA current president Sean Astin called Reiner one of the most significant figures in the history of film and television, rising from meathead to master director. And he once actually said that the role of meathead in All in the Family, of course, gave him that household name, but later admitted that it took him years to escape being typecast as the dumb guy. He's actually won more Emmys as an actor than as a director, even though, of course, directing is what made him so legendary. Known for the classics When Harry Met Sally, The Princess Bride, one of the most quoted and beloved cult films of all time, Stand By Me, Misery, A Few Good Men, and This Is Spinal Tap, which changed comedy forever. So celebrities, of course, have been going to social media expressing their deepest condolences to the family. Stephen King, writer of Stand By Me, had this to say on X: "I'm horrified and saddened by the death of Rob Reiner and Michele, wonderful friend, political ally, and brilliant filmmaker. Rest in peace, Rob. You always stood by me." Eric Idle, who's been friends with him for half a century, says he was a lovely man. "I spoke to him last night for over an hour. I always enjoyed his company. I met him at his dad's in 1975. He was telling me about filming at Stonehenge and his thoughts for the future. This is so awful. I shall miss him. A clever, talented, and very thoughtful man. So awful." And then the lead in The Princess Bride, Carrie Elwes, said, "No words," with a picture of the two empty director chairs. We talked to some people who came by earlier today to just hear what Rob Reiner meant to them.
Well, Rob Reiner's passing, well, I believe that this is a physical death. I believe the spiritual was always here. In fact, me walking here and seeing this now is part of the energy, meaning he's been a hero to a lot of people, doing films and doing things like that myself. So I believe that what we do is people still live on in those ways, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
His wife, Michele, they were married 35 years. They met on the set of When Harry Met Sally, and she was deeply involved with philanthropy, most of their work tied to advocacy for children, education, social issues, but they did a lot of work behind the scenes that a lot of people probably didn't know about, and she really was kind of his sounding board. They seemed to work very well together as a power couple in Hollywood, and always said that they put their kids before any type of fame, trying to kind of keep them out of the spotlight of Hollywood. I'm sure that his star will be growing all day today. It's really, really sad listening to some of the stories and just what he really meant to people as they walk by and take a picture next to his star. Reporting live in the Hollywood Walk of Fame, I'm Haley Winslow. Send it back to you.
All right, Haley, thank you. We do want to get over to a press conference that's happening as we speak. We have some breaking news. FBI officials arresting 4 people who've been suspected of planning coordinated bombing attacks here in Los Angeles. Let's listen in.
IEDs out in the desert. In addition to the arrests, we executed several search warrants throughout the nation. I want to thank our partners at the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Western District of Louisiana, U.S. Attorney Zach Keller, and the U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts, Lee Foley, for providing valuable assistance over the weekend with a very complex and coordinated search warrants that were done. The charges we are announcing today stem from the defendants and their co-conspirators' detailed, coordinated plot to bomb multiple U.S. companies on New Year's Eve. Thankfully, that plot has now been foiled thanks to the hard work of the FBI and the Department of Justice. This investigation was initiated in part due to the September 2025 executive order signed by President Trump to root out left-wing domestic terror organizations in our country, such as Antifa and other radical groups like the Turtle Island Liberation Front. As the president made clear, recent attacks across the country have highlighted the grave threats posed by these far-left domestic terror groups. These threats are sophisticated, organized campaigns of targeted intimidation, radicalization, threats, and violence designed to silence opposing speech, limit political activity, and direct policy outcomes and prevent the proper functioning of a democratic society. In direct response to the President's order, the Attorney General issued a memo to our offices implementing and mobilizing federal law enforcement to prioritize and counter domestic terrorism and political violence investigations. As a result of those directives, we built this case. Both my office and the FBI have invested substantial resources into investigating and charging these organizations. And if anyone does not believe that members of these groups are organized, sophisticated, and extremely violent, let me tell you about the plot in this case. The four defendants are Audrey Carroll, 30 years old. The pictures, I think we have them somewhere. We'll put them up here. Audrey Carroll, 30 years old, Zachary Aaron Page, 32, Dante Gaffield, 24, and Tina Lay, 41, each from the Los Angeles area. Each is charged with conspiracy and possession of an unregistered destructive device in violation of Title 26, United States Code Section 5861D. We intend to file additional charges in the coming weeks as we finish reviewing the evidence. The defendants are all radical anti-government members of the Turtle Island Liberation Front, which, according to their own social media, is an anti-capitalist, anti-government movement that calls for their associates to rise up and fight back against capitalism. One of the leaders of the organization, defendant Audrey Carroll, helped organize an even more radical faction of the group called the Order of the Black Lotus. Each of the defendants charged today was also a member of the Order of the Black Lotus. Carroll described this group to her co-conspirators as everything radical. As detailed in the federal complaint, which we will now make public, in November 2025, defendant Carroll created a detailed bombing plot to use explosive devices to attack 5 or more locations across Southern California on this upcoming New Year's Eve. Carroll and her co-defendant, Zachary Page, led the effort to obtain and build the bombs and to recruit others to join in their plot. Carroll's bomb plot was explicit. It included a step-by-step instructions to build IEDs or improvised explosive devices and listed multiple targets across Orange County and Los Angeles. Carroll also made clear her desires. She said, quote, "What we are doing will be considered a terrorist act." Carroll and Page also discussed plans for follow-up attacks after their bombings, which included plans to target ICE agents and vehicles with pipe bombs. Carroll stated that those plans would, quote, "take some of them out and scare the rest." Throughout early December, the co-conspirators discussed their plans during an in-person meeting in Los Angeles and through an encrypted messaging application. As part of the plan, the 4 defendants plan to build test bombs in the Mojave Desert. You're going to hear more details about the bombs they intended to build and how the operation went down in the desert here shortly from the FBI Assistant Director in charge. In preparation for the plan, the co-conspirators purchased multiple pieces of bomb-making materials and discussed their travel plans to the desert. Last Friday, December 12th, the defendants took a significant step to carry out their plans. They traveled to the remote campsite, which you're going to see some video of, in the desert, and they began unloading their bomb-making materials to assemble and test the bombs. They had everything they needed to make an operational bomb at that location, and they were subsequently arrested by the FBI before they could build a functional explosive device. Shortly after the defendants were taken into custody, the FBI executed multiple search warrants, including at the defendants' Southern California residence and other locations throughout the country. I'll highlight some of the items found during those searches over the weekend. For example, in Carroll's residence, law enforcement found multiple posters and materials associated with Turtle Island Liberation Front, including posters stating, quote, "Death to America, long live Turtle Island and Palestine," and, quote, "Death to ICE, Turtle Island Liberation Front." In Page's residence, law enforcement found a copy of the detailed bomb attack plan. This case is another reminder about the dangers that radicalized Antifa-like groups pose to public safety and the rule of law. Through the tireless work of our prosecutors in my office and our law enforcement partners, which you will hear from today, we disrupted this terror plot before buildings were demolished or innocent people were killed. But this is not the end of our work. My office is committed to extinguishing the far-left terror threats that we face, and will continue to work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The 4 defendants arrested will make their initial appearance this afternoon at the federal court in downtown Los Angeles. They are each considered innocent until proven guilty. I will now turn it over to the Assistant Director in charge of the FBI LA office, Akil Davis.
Good morning. Again, my name is Akil Davis. I'm the Assistant Director in charge of the FBI's Los Angeles Division. As we're all aware, we've had a busy weekend in this country and abroad with bad news incidents one after another. Today, we are announcing a major victory in our collective effort to protect the American people. The FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force intercepted a scheme by members of a violent extremist group we believed determined to detonate explosives at multiple businesses on New Year's Eve. Last Friday, the FBI arrested 4 of those subjects near 29 Palms in San Bernardino County while they planned and rehearsed their attack. The 4 subjects are members of a radical faction of the Turtle Island Liberation Front, TILF, a violent, homegrown anti-government group. The subject arrested envisioned planting backpacks with improvised explosive devices to be detonated at multiple locations in Southern California, targeting U.S. companies. These bombs were to blow up at the same time on midnight this New Year's Eve. The plan stated that the IEDs would be complex pipe bombs. It included instructions on how to manufacture the bombs and contained guidance on how to avoid leaving evidence behind that could be traced back to them. Our investigation uncovered evidence in that the group would test the explosives in the desert. And we're going to show footage of that here in a second. We learned that the alleged co-conspirators had recently started acquiring precursor chemicals and other items necessary to accomplish this task. In recent days, the alleged co-conspirators discussed plans to travel to the desert on the 12th to detonate the explosives. Knowing this, the FBI's JTTF and the FBI Los Angeles field office staged multiple SWAT teams, special agent bomb technicians, our evidence response team, along with the FBI's elite hostage rescue team in the desert to disrupt this plan before any harm could occur. Because of this, we were able to disrupt their plan. All 4 group members were taken into custody without incident. The TILF Instagram account publicly posts content that advocates for violence against United States officials. A recent post called for a revolution and asked for supporters to organize and be ready. The FBI, as you have seen here, can also organize and be ready. We could not have accomplished these arrests without the exceptional assistance from our partners on the Joint Terrorism Task Force. I specifically want to thank the following agencies, as you see up here today: the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, the Los Angeles Police Department, the Palm Springs Police Department, along with the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. I also want to recognize the following FBI field offices as this investigation crossed the entire country: the New Orleans Division, the Buffalo Division, Indianapolis Division, and the Boston Division, who, as you all know, have had their hands full this weekend. In fact, an additional was arrest by our partners at FBI New Orleans in support of this investigation. I will now turn it over to the Los Angeles Police Chief, Jim McDonald. There you go, Jim.
Well, thank you, and good morning, and we appreciate you being here today. Los Angeles Police Department is proud to stand alongside our federal, state, and local partners today to announce the arrest stemming from a coordinated domestic terror plot. The case underscores the persistent threat posed by extremist groups and individuals, as well as the critical need for law enforcement agencies to remain vigilant in protecting our communities. The successful disruption of this plot is a powerful testament to the strength of our unified response, driven by the collaboration and tireless efforts of the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force, along with our allied agencies. Together, we have prevented a potential tragedy and reaffirmed our shared commitment to safeguarding our communities. I want to personally thank the dedicated men and women from every agency involved. Their relentless work over the past several days has ensured that those responsible were apprehended swiftly and safely and without harm to our neighborhoods. Thank you. I'll now call up Sheriff of Los Angeles County, Robert Luna.
Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you for being here to cover this, what I believe is a very, very important story for our community. This successful operation was a result of quick, proactive, investigative work, and I want to emphasize strong collaboration. And ADIC, Akil Davis, mentioned it and gave credit to all the law enforcement here in Southern California. It is better here, it always has been, than anywhere else in the country, and we're very proud to be part of the Joint Terrorism Task Force. For us at the Sheriff's Department, we've been part of it since after 9/11. Their ability to share intelligence across multiple agencies, investigating threats like this one, is second to none anywhere else. The way we coordinate with partner agencies and act quickly was critical to the success of this operation. And like I said before, there's no other area like here in LA County with our partnership that has been here for years with the FBI and LAPD and the other law enforcement agencies around us. Since this threat was uncovered last week, our Sheriff's Task Force officers and intelligence analysts working closely with our law enforcement partners have been working around the clock to verify information, identify targets, and piece together this plot that you've heard described. Their strong investigative efforts, sharp situational awareness, and rapid response ensured that this threat was stopped before it ever had a chance to be carried out. I'm incredibly proud of the professionalism and dedication shown by the men and women who worked tirelessly to bring this threat to an end before it could cause harm to anybody in our community. To our community, I know hearing about these incidents like this can be unsettling, especially in the light of the recent Brown University mass shooting and the Sydney, Australia terrorist attack. But today serves as a powerful reminder that strong collaboration between federal, state, and local law enforcement can prevent violence before it occurs. As we enter the holiday season, a time when families and friends come together across traditions, cultures, and beliefs, this incident is a stark reminder of the importance of vigilance and to be prepared at all times. Vigils whose goal is to divide us, to instill fear, and to target the very diversity that makes our country strong. I want to be very clear, what you see here, this investigative work and the follow-up that's been done shows that they will not succeed. Our community's diversity is our strength, and protecting every member of our community is our primary duty. Whether you are celebrating Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, New Year's, or simply gathering with loved ones, you deserve to feel safe. We are committed to ensuring that safety today and every day. We remain dedicated to protecting our entire community. through ongoing intelligence gathering and threat assessments, strengthening partnerships across all of our agencies, engaging with the public to promote awareness, vigilance, and resilience. And finally, I encourage everyone to stay alert, trust your instincts, and report suspicious activity. And as we always say in law enforcement, if you see something, read something, or say something, your awareness, your eyes, and ears can help us protect the entire community, as we did in this incident. I will now introduce the police chief of the Palm Springs Police Department, Andy Mills.
Well, good morning, and first of all, thank you so much, Assistant Director Davis, for the spectacular job that the FBI did on this case. We were just in a very supportive role only, making sure that the FBI had what they needed in the desert to execute their mission. But on a larger perspective, I just want our community to know that this gives me hope. It gives me hope because of the unified effort of all of law enforcement, from the Sheriff's Office to LAPD, San Bernardino Sheriffs, and the FBI, working together to make sure that people like this are removed from the community so they can be prosecuted by the U.S. Attorney's Office, to make sure that all of us can live in peace. And this is what our mission is to make sure that there's hope in all of our communities. So thank you very much for the spectacular job that the A-team showed up and did.
Good job, thank you. Yeah, I just want to reiterate that obviously there's some disagreements amongst our agencies over things like immigration enforcement, but when it comes to other areas of law enforcement where it matters to keep the public safe, whether that's protecting the girls on Figueroa Street or the Palm Springs investigation, there is no gap in the cooperation between the federal government and local government, and we do thank the sheriff, the police chiefs, for your valuable assistance. It would be very difficult for us to do a lot of what we do without their assistance, so I do want to thank you, each and every one of you. With that, we'll open it up to a few questions. Oh, we're going to play the video. All right, play the video. And this is, the video is, do you want to describe the video?
Yeah, I'll describe the video. So, as I mentioned in my talking points, on December 12th, a group of individuals, again, members of this anti-government group, traveled out to the desert to test their explosive devices. They had precursor chemicals there, and they were going to create these bombs in the desert. What they are starting to do is put their chemicals and wares and the components out on the table there. This footage that you're watching is from our surveillance plane, and then what happened after this is the Los Angeles FBI SWAT team, along with the FBI's hostage rescue team, moved in and arrested all 4 subjects without incident.
So now we'll take some questions. You mentioned these 5 companies. Can you get more specific about that? Yeah, we're not naming the victim companies, but I'll generally describe them as logistics centers. You can think of like Amazon-type logistics centers, but we're not naming the specific companies at this time.
Can you elaborate on the locations?
There were at least 5 locations that they intended to target within Orange County and Los Angeles County. Again, we're not giving out the specific sites, but they were willing and wanting to do more if they could recruit more members to their radical efforts there.
You mentioned the arrest in New Orleans. Do you guys think that there are other people involved?
There are definitely more members to this group. As far as who was specifically involved in this New Year's Eve terror plot, we believe we've arrested all the members who were specifically involved in that particular plot. We did execute search warrants to people who are also part of this group. As we review that evidence, if we determine that there are any other individuals who knew about this or provided any assistance, we will obviously be charging them as well. Person arrested in Louisiana is not directly tied to this incident, but he is a member of this group. And when they executed the search warrant out there, he posed a great threat to the agents. He threatened the agents, and so that's why he's under arrest.
Do you believe you thwarted what would have happened on New Year's Eve, or do you think there could be others that are still planning to go forward with something?
Well, obviously, the FBI has a very robust national security investigators. They look out for domestic terrorism as well as international terrorism. Do you want to talk more about your activities with the Joint Terrorism Task Force?
So this investigation is ongoing as the United just stated, members of this group or associates of this group or any collaborators in this group, we are looking at as a result of this investigation. To answer your question, we do believe that we have disrupted this plot for New Year's Eve, but like I said, the investigation is ongoing.
As far as we're always looking. We're always looking for other people who might be plotting or doing this. And let this be a warning. If you can avoid being detected by the FBI or the federal government, if you think you're going to be able to design one of these plots, think again. We have very sophisticated, experienced agents, and we will find you, and we will infiltrate you, and we will arrest you, as we did with this group. They didn't see it coming, and each and every one of them is right now in custody. So we're very proud of the work done by the agents. Yes, any other questions?
The names are done, the operations are done. What's the relationship? The name of the operation.
Yeah, just the name.
It's just a name.
It looks like one of the names is missing from the people who were arrested. Are you able to pop that up?
Yeah, why is that name off? I think that was a... That's Page. Zachary Aaron Page, 32. Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, if they want it done.
Did you want it?
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. It's Captain Mike Bland from Media Relations Division. As I discussed earlier with you guys, the chief has agreed to give you an update on the tragedy at the Reiner family home. Just understand this is based on some updates of the tireless work of our investigators from last night and through the night. We're still at the very early stage of this investigation, but again, Chief's prepared to answer any questions and give you a brief update. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you, Captain Bland. As he said, the information at this stage is still limited, but I'll share what we can. First of all, our hearts go out to the family and friends of the Reiners, a tragic incident. Yesterday at December 14th, about 3:40 in the afternoon, LAPD responded to a residence, the residence of Rob and Michele Reiner, located in West Los Angeles Division. At that location, they found 2 deceased adults, a male and a female. Through the night, working with the coroner's office, they were able to identify them definitively as Rob and Michele Reiner. We have our Robbery Homicide Division handling the investigation. They worked throughout the night on this case and were able to take into custody Nick Reiner, a suspect in this case. He was subsequently booked for murder and is being held on $4 million bail. Pretty much that's what I can share at this point, but again, a very, very tragic incident.
Can you talk about, I know Deputy Hamilton talked about the search warrant and how important that was with something inside. Can you talk about where that played a role in this and what you guys needed in order to gain access?
Yeah, you know, we use search warrants to be able to further our investigation, as you know, on all of these cases. I wouldn't be in a position to talk specifically about what the object of the search warrant was, but it's a critical piece of our investigations to be able to ensure down the road a prosecution. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, everybody.
It's Chief Jim McDonnell, Attorney General Bill Asaley, and then the FBI, as well as local law enforcement, talking about a number of different cases that are unfolding here in Los Angeles this morning. We'll start with this. 4 people we're learning now in custody this morning in this foiled plot to bomb 5 different businesses, logistics centers they were described as, throughout Los Angeles on New Year's Eve, this upcoming New Year's Eve. An extremist group, they say known as the Turtle Island Liberation Front, described as anti-capitalist. This group had allegedly bought chemicals and materials that were needed to test bombs in the Mojave Desert. FBI intercepted some of those text messages, found out about this plot, and went on to then arrest the 4 people who were involved.
And interestingly to note, they had a surveillance plane that was able to take video as this group gathered in the desert to try to test out this material, and those arrests were made beforehand. Now, each of these people face charges including concealment conspiracy, possession of destructive device, and obviously the investigation will continue into this, but a significant development in terms of thwarting this plan that was set to take place on New Year's Eve.
All right. With that said, welcome to Good Day LA. It's 9 o'clock at this hour. A lot going on, obviously. I'm Jen Lammers in this morning for Araxia.
And I'm Sandra Endo. Thanks for joining us. So we do want to take a look at the headlines here today. More locally devastating news out of Hollywood, of course. The tragic death of legendary director and actor Rob Reiner and his wife. Reports indicate his son, Nick, is being held on $4 million bail, charged with murder.
And we're remembering Rob Reiner's incredible legacy, how Hollywood is reacting to this shocking death and taking a very close look at his impact on film and television right here in LA. But first, speaking of LA, let's get a check on our weather.
Yeah, we start a new week and we're getting closer to the holidays, and it feels like it in the morning, but not in the afternoon. Right now, we've got some dense fog still, especially along our coastline. Dense fog advisories in effect. Temperatures starting to warm up a bit. We're above freezing in Big Bear. It's 36 there. 54 downtown LA to that 72 in Palm Springs, and highs will range anywhere from 84 in Palm Springs today to around 60 up into the mountain locations of Big Bear. Valleys will be in the upper 80s. 80 degrees for downtown. That's well above the average. Upper 60s at the coast. More weather in just a few moments. Back to you.
All right, Maria, thank you. So, of course, we continue to follow this big story out of Hollywood, the deaths of legendary director Rob Reiner and his wife, Michele. They were found in their Brentwood home yesterday, and this morning, one of their sons is now in police custody.
Yeah, this is a live look right now at the Star at Reiner's Hollywood Walk of Fame star. So fans were leaving flowers, messages, candles to remember the man behind iconic movies like This Is Spinal Tap, The Princess Bride, and When Harry Met Sally.
We do have team coverage this morning, and Haley Winslow is live at the Hollywood Walk of Fame with fan reaction.
But first, let's begin with Mario Ramirez. He is live in Brentwood in the neighborhood. He has more on the arrest of Reiner's son, 32-year-old Nick. Good morning to you, Mario.
Good morning. That's right. And we can tell you that he is in custody being held on $4 million bail. Charges haven't been filed yet. That'll come from the district attorney's office here in L.A. County. But you heard Sheriff Luna just a bit ago in that press conference officially calling him a suspect connected to this double murder. And there was just a second ago a bit of a crowd that gathered here outside the home. It appeared that someone, we're told, Reiner's assistant, Rob Reiner's assistant, had showed up here to the home this morning. No one answered, so he kept going on his way. Let's go to the video here. LAPD investigators spending the overnight hours going through the home here on Chadbourne Avenue after obtaining a search warrant. Hollywood director Rob Reiner, his wife Michele Singer Reiner, discovered dead inside the home Sunday afternoon for a medical aid call around 3:30. That's what they initially responded for. And when they entered the home, first responders, they found both Rob and Michele Reiner dead. TMZ and LA Times reporting the couple suffered from apparent stab wounds. In a turn in the case, Rob and Michelle's son, Nick Reiner, was taken into custody late last night. Online jail records show that he's being held by LA County Sheriff's Department on a felony charge with bail set at $4 million. And at this point, official charges connected to the arrest, they'll come from the DA's office. But we can tell you investigators, they do say a family member found the bodies and called police. They add that there was no obvious sign or signs of forced entry, and the family confirmed the deaths in a statement asking for privacy during this extremely difficult time. Now, back out here live, we've also been seeing neighbors here gathering outside the home here saying that they knew the Reiners, heartbroken and shocked to hear some of those new details that we've also been learning here at the scene. For now, we'll have more updates coming up, but that's the latest here in Brentwood. I'm Mario Ramirez. We'll send it back to you.
You can tell even in the background of Mario's shot, there's just an enormous amount of media.
That's right.
Behind him.
As investigators try to get more details on what exactly happened out there. All right, Mario, thank you. And we do want to talk about all the love that's been pouring out for the wonderful movies that Rob Reiner created over the year and the legacy he leaves behind.
Quite the legacy. Haley Winslow joins us from his Star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Good morning, Haley.
Good morning. Yeah, he was definitely a legend. He was so funny, and, you know, just the wildly, drastically different genres that he was able to make you know, into a success. All of them is just so impressive. Really some cult classics that, you know, we're all going to remember because of him for a long time to come. Now, we're in the 6400 block right now of the Hollywood Walk of Fame, and in the background you can see the Hollywood sign. Rob Reiner's star, he got it in 1999, and it's the only father and son that have stars next to each other on the Walk of Fame. So some people have come by and expressed their condolences, dropped off some candles and some flowers for the late very successful director, producer, and actor. He was born in the Bronx, moved to LA at age 13, went to Beverly Hills High School, and then studied film at UCLA. SAG-AFTRA current president Sean Astin called Reiner one of the most significant figures in the history of film and television, going from meathead, who we all remember from All in the Family, to a master director, actually winning more Emmys as an actor, though, than a director, even though directing is what made him so legendary. Between 1984 and 1992, all critically or commercially successful films, something very few directors in history have ever pulled off. And those, of course, include classics When Harry Met Sally, The Princess Bride, one of the most quoted and beloved cult classics of all time, Stand By Me, Misery, A Few Good Men, and Spinal Tap, the first big movie he ever directed, which really changed comedy forever. And he, of course, gained fame as a kid playing Meathead in All in the Family. There have been celebrities pouring out their love and heartfelt condolences all over social media. I think Amanda Salas will have more on that. But yeah, it's just so sad and disturbing and awful to hear the details just coming out from Chief McDonnell about now their son confirmed charged with murder. Reporting live here on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, I'm Haley Winslow, Fox 11 News.
That's been the big update this morning. Haley, thank you. We also know that didn't Billy Crystal and Larry David stop by his home?
Yes.
Was that overnight? Did that happen, or this morning that they were out there?
This morning, I believe, is when they were out there.
Boy.
And Billy Crystal, you know, from Harry Met Sally.
That's right.
Very close to Rob Reiner. Larry David, because Castle Rock Entertainment was the production company behind Seinfeld. Larry David's story. You know, Jerry Seinfeld played Larry David basically as himself.
That's right.
So Haley's right. I mean, so many classics to remark on. A Few Good Men, Oscar nominated. So many celebrities would attribute their career to Rob Reiner. And depending on who you ask and maybe what year they were born, you're going to get a variety of answers to the question, what's your favorite Rob Reiner movie? I mean, there's so many to choose from. Just take a look at these posters. He made so many great, memorable movies. Stand By Me, The Princess Bride, The Spinal Tap, A Few Good Men, When Harry Met Sally. The list goes on and on. A lot of the new generation may remember him in The New Girl, where he played Jess's dad.
Right.
In the New Girl.
right here on Fox.
Right here on Fox. Also The Bear, where he played Albert Schnurr, who was a restaurant consultant. And even though he hit it big as a successful writer and director, he would still get back in front of the camera, not only acting in movies, but also on television. Remember also, he came from this lineage of legacy, his father being Carl Reiner. It was literally in his DNA.
That's right.
To be an entertainer. And from behind the scenes and behind so many of our favorite films to on screen in a very memorable way. Most recently, like I said, New Girl and The Bear. And he just had this presence that will always be missed. Everyone says the thing about him that he was kind. He had an inclusive set. He made you feel important, like your voice mattered.
I mean, there's so many, you can take this from so many different ways, right? Like, he started off as an actor, but then who can make the turn from acting to superstar stellar directing as well?
Absolutely.
And then go from directing to activism, but then also in his breadth of work as a director, you've done dramas, you've done comedies, you've done thrillers.
Yes. And, you know, I want to talk about what a big family man he really was. His first wife was comedian Penny Marshall. Penny Marshall had a daughter, Tracy, to which Rob adopted her, and then she changed her name to Tracy Reiner. So she was in a league of their own, and that was his, you know, child as well. So total, he had 4 children, counting Tracy. I want to read some reactions from some of the biggest names in the industry, like Ben Stiller, who says, what a huge loss. He shared this on X, saying, Rob Reiner was one of my favorite directors. He made some of the most formative movies for my generation. He came out from behind a huge comedic shadow of the great Carl Reiner, and being a TV actor to being a great director who made an incredible run of movies. Spinal Tap is one of the best comedies ever made, and the list goes on. He was a kind, caring person who was really, really funny. Elijah Wood remembering Rob Reiner, saying that he was horrified to hear of the passing of Rob Reiner and his wonderful wife, Michele. So much love to their kids and family. He directed a young Elijah Wood in North.
That's right.
Yeah. See how long it goes?
Oh, wow.
And even
he had his hands in so many different projects in Hollywood.
So many different genres, projects. Even Olaf from Frozen, our beloved Josh Gad, who shared, he was one of the greatest directors of our time. He was a friend. He was simply a beautiful person. Rob Reiner and his wife, Michele, were two of the most kind and caring souls you could ever imagine. He cared so much for those who had no voices. This loss is devastating. I cannot express how much this hurts. Love you, Rob and Michele. Thank you for all you gave us. Josh Gad says such beautiful words all the time. He does. And then, of course, director Paul Feig. He's a filmmaker as well with his film Housemaid out right now. And he's also a fan of Rob Reiner, sharing he's one of my most cherished role models. And here's a picture of him and Rob. Rob was my true hero, a true visionary, titan, and a lovely, lovely person. One never knows if it's proper to post during something as tragic as this, but I just want the world to know, which so many of us know in the industry, Rob was the best. So many different people from different backgrounds coming out and sharing their own story, but one thread remains true, that he was kind, he was caring, and he had a beautiful soul.
And to see an end like this, this is just not anything that anybody saw coming.
No.
At all.
No.
This is the very last thing that you would imagine.
Yeah, truly tragic on all ends.
The fact that he's so talented and creative that everything he worked on became gold, right? So many people in this business and the industry hope for one big hit.
Oh, yeah.
But everything he did was such a big success.
Yeah.
Rare to find someone like that.
Very rare. You know, you have the greats like Norman Lear, and then you have Rob Reiner, and I mean, you can count them on one hand.
Truly, when you think about the greatest directors of our generation, he is right there on that list.
He is
each and every
on
time.
that list, yes.
All right, thank you, Amanda. So, of course, we will be following this story all morning long right here on Good Day LA. As new information and reaction comes in about this tragedy, we'll bring it to you. You can also find updates on foxla.com and the Fox Local app. Also, if you are heading out the door, you can tune into our live stream on our YouTube channel as well, and that is Fox 11 Los Angeles.
And we do have breaking news just coming in minutes ago. The FBI and Justice Department filed the press conference announcing they stopped a major terror plot targeting 5 companies here in Southern California. So far-left group, the Turtle Island Liberation Front, is being accused of several planned bombings in Orange County and the LA area starting on New Year's Eve. The FBI worked with other law enforcement agencies, including local ones right here in Los Angeles and San Bernardino counties, to foil this plot. 4 people were arrested last week in the Lucerne Valley. We have 30-year-old Audrey Eileen Carroll, 32-year-old Zachary Aaron Page, 24-year-old Dante Gaffield, and 41-year-old Tina Lai. They all face charges including conspiracy and possession of a destructive device. First Assistant U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley described Friday's arrest in the Mojave Desert.
And they began unloading their bomb-making materials to assemble and test the bombs. They had everything they needed to make an operational bomb at that location, and they were subsequently arrested by the FBI before they could build a functional explosive device.
The FBI releasing these images of the suspects here. A social media page for the Turtle Island Liberation Front's LA chapter is describing itself as being devoted to, quote, liberation through decolonization and tribal sovereignty. The FBI alleges the group is an anti-capitalist, anti-government movement.
Okay, we have a lot more still to come on Good Day LA. Obviously, it's a jam-packed morning, but first we have to get a check on traffic, and for that we go over to Maria. Good morning.
Good morning, and we've had a rough ride out there this morning because of the fog. Good Day LA traffic is brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group Accident and Injury Attorneys. Let's take a look at our real-time traffic map here, and you can see that the fog is still pretty widespread And it's quite dense in some areas, so dense fog advisories are still in effect through at least 10 a.m. I do want to update you on that fatality crash still ongoing on the East 210. This is at Baldwin Avenue, creating quite a slowing here. Most of the lanes closed. SIG alert has been issued. It's slowing down to just 3 miles an hour on that 210 freeway, so you might want to just avoid that area. One of our live traffic cameras here to show you. This is in Orange County, northbound 57 at Orange Thorpe. Seems to be moving nicely. Now here's a look at some of the other traffic hotspots.
This broadcast is locally sponsored by DT LA Law Group, Auto Accident and Injury Attorneys. Have an injury? Text Injury Help to 40222 or visit us online at calldowntown.com. Message and data rates and usage may apply.
Welcome back to Good Day LA. We want to hook you up with 4 tickets and pit passes to Monster Jam at Angels Stadium of Anaheim on January 17th. Whoa! Get ready for big-time excitement because Monster Jam is roaring into Angels Stadium of Anaheim with awesome trucks, amazing stunts, and action-packed excitement. It's the only place to see the legendary Gravedigger, Megalodon, El Toro Loco, and more. Coming to Angel Stadium for 6 huge events in January and February for next year. So we want to hook you up with 4 tickets and party pit passes to Monster Jam at Angel Stadium of Anaheim on January 17th. We're going to be selecting 1 lucky winner tomorrow after 2 p.m. You can enter for your chance to win on our website at foxla.com/contest, or go ahead and pick up your smart device and scan that QR code right there on the screen. Good luck to all my little monsters. And now let's send it on over to Maria for a look on the forecast.
And it looks good right now. We do have some fog still, but it's starting to dissipate, and we will look for some sunshine. Lots of warm temperatures today. Good Day LA weather is sponsored by Pechanga Resort Casinos. High pressure's in control of our weather right now. Keeping the storm track away, it's going to continue to keep us dry this week. In fact, it's only going to get warmer as we get into Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then we'll start to weaken this ridge of high pressure by this weekend. There's a small chance right now, 10% chance, that by late Sunday into early next week, we could get a storm system that could move over us and maybe even bring us some showers just in time for Christmas Eve. Of course, it's a long ways away. I'll keep you abreast of the latest in the computer models and keep you posted as we get closer. But this week, staying dry. The fog is the problem this morning. Reduced visibility down to a quarter mile or less in many areas, especially along our coast. It's particularly dense with the fog through parts of LA County, Santa Barbara, and up towards the Grapevine and that 5 freeway. So if you are in Walnut, Glendora, Monrovia, El Monte, getting ready to go on the 10 or the 605, please be extra careful. The 210 still got quite a bit of fog. 80 degrees for downtown today. That is well above the average of 67. Here's your day planner for Thousand Oaks. We've got some clouds still lingering through the 11 a.m. hour, and then some sunshine, 75 degrees at around noontime. Back to you.
All right, Maria, thank you. So this morning we are asking you this poll question of the day. How do you watch new movies? In the theaters? Do you rent over streaming, or do you just wait for the free streaming?
I wait. I wait for the
That's kind of where I'm at right now. Yeah, weigh in. Go to foxla.com/vote or scan that QR code to let us know. We always love hearing from you. Okay, 9:24 on this Monday morning. We are coming right back after a short break. All right, coming up, it might be nice and sunny outside, but downtown LA is giving you a chance to feel the chill with ice skating.
Hey there, I am down here at Pershing Square on the ice with 2 Olympians, and you know, they're just gonna give you a quick tease. I've been teaching them things, as you can imagine, all morning long. So do you want to just go and show everybody? Well, just really quick. Yes. Okay, yeah, and then we'll have much more of this when we come back. Yeah, I taught them. I mean, especially him. He needed a lot of work.
All right, welcome to Good Day LA. It is 9:30 on this Monday. I'm Jen Lombers in for Araxia.
And I'm Sandra Endo. Thanks for joining us. Let's take a look at today's headlines. Rob Reiner's son, Nick, is in custody this morning following the tragic news of the legendary director and actor's death. We have the latest developments.
Plus, a deadly shooting at a Jewish celebration in Australia. The Prime Minister is calling it pure evil. What we're learning about the accused gunman.
And medical professionals are recommending warning labels for weight loss drugs like Ozempic. We'll tell you why, but first a check of weather.
And we do have some fog still out there, so please be careful of that as you head out the door. Still along our coast, and a dense fog advisory still in effect for many areas. Increasing northeasterly winds, though, will help clear out the clouds and the fog later this afternoon. And that offshore flow will heat us up today. Well above average, 70s and 80s will return. And as far as breaking this weather pattern, there is a chance that we could get some showers by next week. just in time for Christmas Eve. In the meantime, it has not felt like the holiday season because look at the month of December so far. The calendar showing us all these red boxes, lots of above average high days with the exception of Wednesday the 3rd, which, by the way, that 69 is right on average and still a very mild day. It has been relatively dry since November when we got all that rain. So it's a good thing we got the rain in November and October because we still have a surplus of over 4.7 inches. And hopefully the trend and the pattern will change as we get towards the latter part of this month, and we will get some much needed rain and even some mountain snow. In the meantime, today, dry, sunny, 80 degrees for downtown. That sunset time is at 4:45 this afternoon. Highs today ranging from 86, nearly 90 in Woodland Hills, 80 for downtown, 79 for Ontario, to that 60 degrees up in Big Bear. Back to you.
All right, Maria, thank you. So breaking news right now in the murder of director Rob Reiner and his wife, Michele. We're learning one of Reiner's sons, Nick, is now booked on murder charges.
Mario Ramirez is live in Brentwood from his home. What's it looking like there now, Mario?
Yeah, that's right. Still a large crowd of media out here. Just a little bit ago, we saw Rob Reiner, maybe an assistant for the family, stopping by here to the property. He wasn't let in. He kept going on his way, but we've been definitely seeing a lot of activity here outside the home. We just learned a few hours ago in this newscast that Rob Reiner's son, Nick Reiner, has been taken into custody, charged. I shouldn't say charged. He's been booked on murder, and those charges will come from the DA's office. Now, let's go to the scene here overnight. You can see how huge this response was here in this Brentwood neighborhood. Video showing the somber moment. Coroner's crews actually took the bodies that were discovered inside the home less than 24 hours ago. Now, from here, they'll work to determine the official cause of death. Fire paramedics, they were called here to the house on Chadbourne Avenue around 3:30 Sunday afternoon. They found both Rob Reiner, 78, and his wife, Michele Singer Reiner, 68, dead inside. Right now, police say the focus is on the circumstances surrounding the deaths, and they say the evidence collected from inside the home overnight is critical. Now, TMZ and LA Times reporting that both victims suffered stab wounds, and now that significant update that we learned, the couple's son, 32-year-old Nick Reiner, arrested late last night. Jail records show he's being held on a felony charge with bail set at $4 million. And the 32-year-old pictured here, he's been open for years about his struggles with drug addiction, including heroin use. He previously spoke about periods of homelessness and cycling in and out of rehab as a young adult. And he later said that he got sober and used his experience to help co-write the film Being Charlie based on his recovery. His family describing addiction as a major challenge that they've faced together for years. And back out here live, still so many questions as we wait for an update from the LAPD. They did say that there doesn't appear to be any obvious signs of forced entry, and they're still interviewing family members here as the investigation continues. For now, that's the latest here in Brentwood. I'm Mario Ramirez. We'll send it back to you.
So, Mario, TMZ is reporting that the daughter, Romy, actually walked in and found her parents dead. Do we know if Nick was living in the home at the time?
You know, that's not clear, and LAPD has not specified exactly who called 911 from inside the home, but they did say that it was a family member that reached out for help. So you could imagine just the sheer shock of walking into something like that, especially involving your own family. Just horrible to think about here.
I cannot imagine.
So piecing everything together and releasing details slowly. So we have a lot of questions still, but obviously the investigation is just getting underway. All right, Mario, thank you. And we have to talk about the amazing legacy, right? The legacy of work Reiner leaves behind.
Just decades of work. Haley Winslow joins us from his star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Some fans have been coming by and paying their respects and sharing some stories with you out there. Good morning, Haley.
Yeah, I think more remarkable even than his wildly successful directing career is that he is admired, respected, and beloved by all ages. We're here on the Hollywood Walk of Fame in the 6400 block, right where his star is. It's been here since 1999. Of course, in the backdrop, we have the Hollywood sign, and his star sits right next to his dad, who he deeply respected and kind of got his comedic chops from. Of course, the legend Carl Reiner, comedian and director. Rob Reiner really started out, well, he was born in the Bronx, and then he moved to LA when he was 13, went to Beverly Hills High high school and then studied at UCLA. And he started out as an actor. Of course, you may remember him as Meathead in All in the Family, and then really started directing in the 70s. We know the cult classics: When Harry Met Sally, Princess Bride, one of the most quoted and beloved cult films of all time, Stand By Me, Misery, A Few Good Men, This Is Spinal Tap, his first film, and then the sequel being his last film, and The Sure Thing. He was an actor, a producer, and became one of the most successful directors in Hollywood. Celebrities have been taken to social media to express their condolences. Stephen King wrote, I'm horrified and saddened by the death of Rob Reiner and Michele, wonderful friend, political ally, and brilliant filmmaker, including two of mine. Rest in peace, Rob. You always stood by me. Of course, he was the writer of Stand By Me. Eric Idle, Rob Reiner was a lovely man. I spoke to him last night for over an hour. I always enjoyed his company. I met him at his dad's in the 75. He was telling me about filming at Stonehenge and his thoughts for the future. This is so awful. I shall miss him. A clever, talented, and very thoughtful man. Just so awful. And then the lead of The Princess Bride, Carrie Elwes, no words, with a picture of two empty director chairs. Of course, his wife, Michele, was deeply private, but really involved in philanthropy. They did so much work together, advocating for children's education and social issues. They met on the set of When Harry Met Sally, which not only led to their marriage, but also Reiner actually changing the ending of the famous film because of his budding romance. They, of course, had 4 kids, 3 of them together. Reporting live on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, I'm Haley Winslow. I'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Haley. He was also a big-time activist, too. We know Governor Newsom responding, as well as former President Barack Obama. This is a story, of course, we'll be following all morning long here on Good Day LA. As any new information comes in, we will bring it to you. You can also find updates on foxla.com and the Fox Local app. Also, if you are heading out the door, you can tune into our live stream on our YouTube channel. Just a reminder here, it's Fox 11 Los Angeles.
And turning now to international news, Australian leaders are vowing to tighten their nation's already tough gun control laws following the deadly terror attack at Sydney's famed Bondi Beach. Authorities say a father and son opened fire at people attending a Hanukkah event to observe the first night of the 8-day Jewish holiday. 15 people were killed and nearly 40 others in the hospital. The ages of those killed range from 10 years old to 87. Australia's Prime Minister says the gunmen were not part of a wider cell, but were clearly motivated by extremism.
An act of pure evil, an act of terror, an act of anti-Semitism.
We could just hear the gunshots and they're just so loud. And we didn't know which way that they were shooting.
Australia says the 50-year-old suspect who immigrated to the country in 1998 died in a gun battle with police. Authorities aren't revealing his country of origin. His 24-year-old son was born in Australia and is in critical condition after his shootout with police. New gun control proposals include limiting who can obtain gun licenses in Australia.
Meantime, President Trump says a counterattack will be coming after a surprise attack killed 3 Americans in Syria. 2 of the victims were members of the Iowa National Guard. The other was a U.S. civilian who was working as a translator. A Pentagon spokesperson wrote online the attack occurred as the soldiers were conducting a key leader engagement. The military's Central Command says the ambush was the result of a lone ISIS gunman who's since been killed. The Pentagon is withholding the names of those killed in the ambush until next of kin can be notified.
The Trump administration is pushing back against what it calls a false narrative from House Democrats after the release of additional photos from Jeffrey Epstein's estate. The latest images show the convicted sex offender with several high-profile figures, including Donald Trump, Bill Clinton, Bill Gates, and Woody Allen. The photos are part of tens of thousands of images now under review by the House Oversight Committee.
House Democrats' position is we need to see the full files, no matter where or to whom they lead. We have to have transparency. That's what the survivors have asked us for, and that's what Democrats in Congress like myself are pushing for.
All the high-profile men in the photos, including Presidents Trump and Clinton, have denied any involvement or knowledge of Epstein's crimes. The Justice Department is legally required to release all the Epstein files by Friday.
Happening today, closing arguments are expected in the trial of the civil suit filed by the parents and widow of Angels pitcher Tyler Skaggs against the baseball team. Skaggs' family claims the team knew about drug use involving Skaggs and former employee Eric Kay, who's now serving 22 years in prison. Angels president John Carpino testified Friday that he wished he'd known about the drug use sooner. Skaggs was just 27 when he died. His death led MLB to begin opioid testing and treatment programs for players.
New this morning, doctors are calling for cigarette-style warnings on GLP-1 drugs like Ozempic. There's concern the popular weight loss drugs are triggering eating disorders. GLP-1's works by mimicking hormones that naturally curbs a person's appetite, slows digestion, and regulates blood sugar. So as a result, people feel fuller longer and eat smaller portions. Doctors recommend patients taking GLP-1s to talk to mental health professionals as well, not just a primary care doctor.
Santa Clarita Valley Water is asking customers to pause all outdoor water use for the next week because of scheduled maintenance at Castaic Lake. The Department of Water Resources will begin repairing a pipeline which requires closing the water's connection. The shutoff request includes washing cars by hand, filling or refilling pools, or other major uses for water. The restrictions end on December 22nd, which is about a week from today.
All right, for 25 years, people have flocked to Pershing Square to hit the ice and do some ice skating.
That's right. We have Brooke Thomas live in downtown L.A. with more on this annual tradition. Good morning.
Hey there, yes, and this morning, listen, if you have to experience the ice rink, you get to experience it. We're having a lot of fun. They were like, do you want to talk to these two Olympians? I don't know, you may have heard of this guy before, and I was like, nope, never seen him before. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. Adam, Mariah, this is right. You gotta have a little fun with him, yeah. Right? No, this is awesome. Okay, so thank you for being here with us this morning.
Our pleasure.
Talk to me just about how fun it is to skate. Just like when you're not working, you know? You're coming out, it's fun, everybody's out here. Do you get mobbed if you ever decided to pop up?
As you can notice, yes, I'm being currently mobbed. It is insufferable to be me, but it is great. And I love to skate, and everybody should skate too. Mariah?
Same for me, everything. I'm just kidding.
No, but really, we were talking about the fact that this is my second time wearing ice skates ever.
And you're killing it, by the way.
Really well.
Yeah.
Thank you. Say that again.
Yeah.
Just 'cause
she's doing really well.
And what did you say?
She's killing it.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that we got that on the record. No, but we don't want people to be like me, okay?
We've been saying that ever since we got here. Anybody watching, you can't be like her.
We want your kids to know how to skate. You know what I mean? So it's really fun. There are a bunch of little ones out here having fun, and I think that's what's cool about this. This is something fun to learn when you're young.
Totally. I think, now that I'm not competing anymore, and every time I can get on the ice, especially like this season, it's always so much fun. Yeah. Some of my favorite and best memories of like the Christmas time and the holidays is being on the ice. And I just think it's like one of those amazing things to know how to do and whip out, right?
Yes, I love that. Yes. And it's kind of magical to have something like this in LA. I know we have a couple of them, but still, it is kind of magical.
I was just going to say, yeah, you wouldn't think, I don't think, like there being rinks outside in LA, but there's lots of them. So it's super fun. And like Adam said, it's really makes it feel like it's, this time of year. So
I love it. I know our version of winter.
Totally. Well, which is the best.
Degrees, right? But it's cold out here, okay? All right, I'll send things back to you all in the studio. I've been working with them all day, all morning, just trying to teach them some things.
And haven't learned a thing.
A triple axel.
They're not good.
Very average out there.
I mean, what are you going to do?
Oh, my
right?
goodness.
When the material just isn't cutting it.
Okay, let's here, I'm going to give this to Carlos. Okay.
Oh, boy. Are we doing it? Are we trying? Are we trying? Are we trying? Are we trying?
Just like you told
Only the second time on the ice. Brooke Thomas. With a triple axel.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. Hey, at least she can move.
Oh, look. They're going to do
oh my
double.
gosh, they're going to have a turn.
Double routine.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay.
So great.
Okay, Brooke, do your thing. Thank you.
Fun.
Oh my gosh, she is good. She is good. Look at her. Okay, also doing good things. LAPD Harbor Division hosted its annual Shop with a Cop event, pairing officers with kids for a really special shopping trip. So the agency partnered with Walmart's Spark Good grant to provide kids in need with a $150 gift card to buy whatever they want. The Harbor Division senior lead officers were tasked with going out into the community to identify underserved kids who need a little holiday magic this time of year. And the officers are paired with the kids to help them on their shopping spree. And earlier right here on Good Day, we caught up with Sergeant Juan Terrazas to hear what it's like.
The conversations are like, how much can I get? You know, what do you think about this? And the officers also like, hey, this is a good one, right? It's building those bridges with our communities and giving back, right? And, you know, it's a feel-good event all around.
Anything Lego was like the #1 requested item there. Doing good things. We appreciate it. He also told us that the kids' parents are left outside so the kids can, quote, go wild. Oh yeah.
Boy.
Lilo and Stitch was also a really hot item. But, you know, he admitted their first shopper went into the event and really got exactly what he wanted, which was an Apple Watch.
Very smart. Had a strategy.
Good for them, yeah.
Executed it perfectly.
You know what you want.
All right. Looks good, sounds good. Happy for those kids. All right, coming up, celebrating Hanukkah, our next guest is here to showcase her recipe for jelly donuts.
Ooh, we're going to tell you how this delicious dessert has become a beloved treat for the Jewish holiday. More when we come back.
And welcome back to you. I'm meteorologist Maria Quaban. Are we ready to change up this weather yet? No complaints, right? High pressure is in control. That is keeping our storm track well up to our north. And look at this, another system moving into the Pacific Northwest as far south as Northern California. Maybe we will get some precipitation, even some snow in the Sierra Nevada. Things will change, I think, by this weekend. Sunday into Monday, we'll get that high pressure system to weaken enough to where this storm will sag south a little bit farther. And yes, I mentioned the snow up in the Sierra Nevada by the first full day of the winter season coming up next week. Monday, Tuesday, looking at some, well, some measurable rain perhaps for us as early as Christmas Eve. We could get some widespread rain, light it looks like at this point, through Christmas Eve and maybe lingering through early Christmas morning. But that's the first opportunity, it looks like, for some measurable rain for us coming up early next week into the latter part of the week. So we'll wait and see. This week we're going to stay dry through the extended outlook. Otherwise, 1 to 3 foot sets rolling in from Ventura County beaches all the way south into Orange County and San Diego. On average in the upper 60s there. 80 degrees for downtown LA today, warming up some more as we get to Wednesday, Thursday before it cools down as we get to the upcoming weekend, and that 10% chance at this point for Sunday late for some light drizzle. 86 for the valleys, approaching 90 degrees as we get to Thursday. The mountains, beautiful 60 degrees, lots of sunshine, staying dry, cold enough at least in the upper 20s for those morning temperatures for the resorts to make some snow. High desert 69 degrees today, and of course warmer in the Coachella Valley. The low desert will get back into the 80s today. Amanda, I'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Maria. The holidays are here, and last Hanukkah, chef and author Eliza Sokolow joined us to make potato latkes. This year, you are back with something sweet, a sweet treat for us all. You're going to show us how we can make jelly donuts right here in our own home or our studio.
Anywhere.
They smell so good. First of all, happy Hanukkah.
Thank you. Happy Hanukkah. Thank you for having me to spread my joy.
It's the first day, second night tonight.
Second night tonight. Yeah. And it's a tradition to eat greasy, oily foods.
Yes. The oil's symbolic.
The oil's symbolic. There was oil that was supposed to last one night, and it lasted 8. And that is the miracle.
Nights of Hanukkah. Hence the menorahs with the candles.
We've got all of the menorahs. My friend Hannah made this very architectural.
I love how different and special each one is.
I feel like, as you were saying, everyone has their own Christmas tree.
Yes.
There's so many different types of menorahs.
Yeah.
And just like we love to celebrate the light.
Yes.
And the joy.
And thank you for bringing the light today and the treats.
Always. So we brought the treats. I love making donuts. Normally they're circular. I felt like making square ones.
I like a square.
And this is like 350 degrees.
I feel it.
Yes. So most people have like a candy thermometer in. I'm just going to pop these in.
Okay. And want me to pop one in too?
Yes. Pop one in also. I didn't bring my spider, but I put one in as the segment started.
Yes,
and
you did.
We're just going to turn those a bit. And after they're done baking, I just put them in some sugar and toss them in, which we have a whole pile here. And then I use my little piping bag and just, here's one.
Okay. So do you have to make the hole, or you just, the piping bag?
You make the hole.
Okay.
But you don't need to have one of these little tips on it. You can just take a Ziploc bag and cut the end off.
Right.
Especially when they're fresh, they're very soft, and they're very easy to do. And like, here we go.
And you know what? The holidays and food go hand in hand.
Nothing better.
But making them as a family, that's the fun, right?
It's all of the fun.
You can buy them, but it's fun to make them.
And your entire house smells like a beautiful, oily, delicious, sweet mix. Yes. I was telling our producer, Erica, how I put a shower cap on whenever I make latkes and donuts so that it doesn't stick to my hair.
To your hair. I get that.
Which I think is the move. You want to have like nice, good smelling hair and a sweet treat.
And a sweet treat. With the sweetness we're adding here in this, can we do one?
Yeah, we can do one. I'm just going to
with the jelly. Now it can be Nutella, it can be jelly, it can be vanilla sweet cream.
We were saying lemon curd.
Ooh, lemon curd.
So I like to take a little like knife or something and poke a little hole.
Okay, ready? I'm going to
just put it in.
Okay.
Make your life as easy as possible.
Ooh, look at that. That is so cool. It's very therapeutic.
It's very therapeutic. We've got a whole bunch. I didn't pre-jam them, but try it.
Okay.
No pressure. But like, I know it's amazing.
That's so good.
Yeah, I know.
What kind of jelly is that?
This is raspberry jam.
That's my jam. Literally.
It's the best. Why mess with the classic? Truly. And I put some lemon zest in the dough.
Oh, I can taste it and smell it.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Lisa.
Thank you for celebrating with me. Happy Hanukkah.
Happy Hanukkah. You always bring the best treats.
It's true.
You can follow Eliza on Instagram and subscribe to her Substack for delicious recipes like this and so many more, plus ideas throughout the holiday season. Okay, we're gonna cheers our donuts and be right back. Aren't you jelly? You don't have to be
So jelly.
Make your own. Ooh,
They're really good,
put
aren't
extra
they?
on there?
Yeah.
Because I like a little extra.
Good morning. Welcome to Good Day LA at 10 o'clock on this Monday. Here are some of the stories we're following for you right now. The FBI arresting 4 people they say were planning a terror attack on Southern California on New Year's Eve with a series of coordinated bombings. We have details on the group and their plan.
Hollywood legend Rob Reiner and his wife Michele found dead inside their Brentwood home, and this morning we're learning new details about their 32-year-old son who's been taken into custody, booked on murder in the case. We're live with those details just ahead.
And on this Monday, we're starting to get more sunshine. We're staying dry for this December day. We've got the fog that's still lingering. We'll talk more about that and when this dense fog advisory will expire when I come back with my full forecast.
And in Providence, a vigil for the victims of the mass shooting at Brown University in a classroom there. Tensions continue as the gunman is still on the loose.
We do have breaking news. Just moments ago, the FBI and Justice Department held a press conference announcing they stopped a major terror plot targeting 5 companies here in Southern California. Far-left group, the Turtle Island Liberation Front, is being accused of several planned bombings in Orange County and LA starting on New Year's Eve. The FBI working with other law enforcement agencies, including local ones here in Los Angeles and San Bernardino counties, to foil this plot. 4 people were arrested last week in the Lucerne Valley. We have 30-year-old Audrey Eileen Carroll, 32-year-old Zachary Aaron Page, 24-year-old Dante Gaffield, and 41-year-old Tina Lai. They face charges including conspiracy and possession of a destructive device. First Assistant U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley described Friday's arrest in the Mojave Desert.
And they began unloading their bomb-making materials to assemble and test the bombs. They had everything they needed to make an operational bomb at that location, and they were subsequently arrested by the FBI before they could build a functional explosive device.
The FBI releasing these images of the suspect, as you see right there. A social media page for the Turtle Island Liberation Front's LA chapter is describing itself as being devoted to, quote, liberation through decolonization and tribal sovereignty. The FBI alleges the group is an anti-capitalist, anti-government movement.
Another big story we're following this morning. Hollywood is in shock over the deaths of legendary director Rob Reiner and his wife Michele. They were found at their Brentwood home yesterday, and this morning one of their sons is now in police custody. We have Mario Ramirez live outside the couple's home in Brentwood.
Yeah, he's joining us now with all the details for what we know so far. Mario?
Yeah, that's right. We know the couple's 32-year-old son, Nick Reiner, is in custody right now. He's being held on $4 million bail, booked on murder, and we're just outside the home. We've been watching private security who arrived here about an hour ago, and neighbors as well. They've been coming by, sending their condolences to the family, heartbroken about this news. Now, there was a huge scene here from police and investigators overnight. Let's show you that video so you get a sense of how big it was here as fire paramedics were called to the house here on Chadbourne Avenue around 3:30 Sunday afternoon. Investigators say it was a family member who called 911 from inside the home. After that gruesome discovery, they found both Rob Reiner, 78, and his wife, Michele, 68, dead inside. And TMZ, the LA Times, both reporting that the two suffered apparent stab wounds. Police say the focus is now on the circumstances surrounding the deaths. They say the evidence collected from inside the home overnight is critical. And in a shocking update to the case, we learned the couple's son, Nick Reiner, arrested in connection to the murder of his own parents. Jail records show he's being held on a felony charge with bail set again at $4 million. The 32-year-old pictured here, he's been open for years about his struggles with drug addiction, including heroin use, cycling in and out of rehab as a young adult. And he later said he got sober and used his experience to help co-write the film Being Charlie, based on his recovery journey. His family also describing addiction as a major challenge they faced together for years. So back out here live, a look at some of the property. You can actually see some of the Christmas decorations in place for the holidays. Still so many unanswered questions, many wondering about a possible motive. We should mention that official charges will come from the LA County District Attorney's Office. That could come as early as today, tomorrow, in the next few days. We're waiting for an update on that. We should also mention that the LAPD is planning an update. We don't know exactly what time, but we are preparing for new information as this story continues to develop. Really just shocking the entire entertainment industry, and the neighbors here that live close by just heartbroken to hear about some of those new details. For now, that's the latest here in Brentwood. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Mario, thank you. And while the investigation moves forward, we're only beginning to talk about Rob Reiner's incomparable legacy in both TV and film.
That's right, and Haley Winslow joins us live from Reiner's Star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, where the Chamber of Commerce is planning to lay flowers later today, right, Haley?
Right, yeah, you know, Reiner broke down barriers, and he was beloved and respected by all ages. In the 6400 block right now of the Walk of Fame, we have the Hollywood sign in the background, and center stage with the flowers is Rob Reiner's Star. Been there since 1999, actor, producer, and one of the greatest directors in Hollywood, known for his wildly, drastically different genres of movies. Some of the cult classics are favorites: When Harry Met Sally, The Princess Bride, Stand By Me, Misery, A Few Good Men, This Is Spinal Tap, and The Sure Thing. Born in the Bronx, he moved to LA at 13, went to Beverly Hills High School, and studied film at UCLA. And people have been coming by, really expressing their condolences and dropping off flowers. And one of those people who Reiner really had an impact on is Stephanie Bauer here. Come on over here, Stephanie. Now, you're a screenplay writer on the side. I know you've been doing it since you retired as a professor. And, you know, I know you got pretty emotional earlier because it kind of feels like you've lost a family member or a friend almost, just growing up, just so, you know, loved him so much.
Yes, I mean, he's just been a part of all our lives, and particularly my generation, and All in the Family was such a breakthrough TV series, and I just remember the first time I saw him as Meathead. And as I was saying before, it was just such a part of the rhythm of our lives. You had to remind me that it was Saturday night, but back in those days, you had to watch up at a particular time on a particular day, and that just became a priority and part of the rhythm of one's life. And then he went on to do such amazing things as a director and a screenwriter.
And in addition to his, smashing success, he was such a kind soul. And I know you said you remember his speech about his father when he passed away. Carl Reiner, of course, the legend, stars next to Rob's, but in 2020, right?
Yes, and he, I remember he said that he'd be up in his room doing his homework or something, and he could always tell when his father was having difficulty coming up with the next episode, because he'd come up and say, anything interesting happening in your world now? And it was just a wonderful interview. He talked about his father as such a hero. But as I also mentioned, the interview about his mother and his mother's line in Harry Meets Sally, one of the 100 most memorable lines in screenwriting, and that's my mother. And of course, When Harry Meets Sally is such a classic.
And that's when he met his wife, Michele, who was...
I read that today. I didn't know that, but yes, I read that. So
what is it? Thank
heavens they changed the end.
I know, right? Because of that budding romance.
That was so good.
What is it about Rob Reiner that will really stick with you as you go back to your screenwriting? I mean, what legacy does he leave behind that had such an impact on your life?
He seemed to have such integrity. He seemed to know what he wanted to accomplish, what message he wanted to communicate. And he did that, and he did it so well.
And outside of Hollywood, he was such an influence on so many people. He would not only mentor young actors, but he also did so much philanthropic work with his wife, Michele, and he will, of course, be deeply missed. Thank you very much, Stephanie. Okay. Reporting live at the Hollywood Walk of Fame, I'm Haley Winslow. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, Haley, thank you. So many people with memories and fond... thinking about the legacy he lives behind as a creative.
Right.
Obviously, sending shockwaves through Hollywood as well.
But there's the world who's going to remember who he was, and there's the people who knew him best.
Yes,
who are in his inner circle who are remembering him right now.
Yeah, who knew him the way that a friend would know someone, or someone that you're deeply close to. This was heartbreaking news to go to sleep to last night, and it was tragic news to wake up this morning to. Rob Reiner was a talent that truly spanned generations. Many got their first introduction to him in All in the Family, as that kind fan on the boulevard was saying, as Meathead. Since then, others knew him as the writer and director of some of their all-time favorite and very, very quotable movies. And depending on who you ask and what generation they're in, you're going to get a variety of responses to the question, what was your favorite Rob Reiner movie? The reason? Because he made so many classics. Stand By Me, The Princess Bride, This Is Spinal Tap, A Few Good Men, When Harry Met Sally. The list goes on and on. One of the producers behind Seinfeld. Many with his Castle Rock Entertainment production company. Many of the people that Reiner directed in those movies were some of the first to react to he and his wife's horrible deaths. Kathy Bates, who worked with Reiner on Misery and won an Oscar, said in a statement, "I'm horrified hearing this terrible news. Absolutely devastated. I loved Rob. He was brilliant and kind, a man who made films of every genre to challenge himself as an artist. He also fought courageously for his political beliefs. He changed the course of my life." And then you have Corey Feldman, who worked with Reiner in Stand By Me, sharing, "OMG, this is horrible news. I'm so sorry for Rob and his wife and their children and the whole Reiner family. All I can say is I'm shocked and saddened, but I love you, Rob. You will be forever missed."
John Cusack's first starring role was in Reiner's The Sure Thing, and he posted this: shocked by the death of Rob Reiner, a great man. And director Paul Feig, who has a film out right now, The Housemaid, he was a huge fan of Rob, saying, "One of my most cherished pictures. Rob was my true hero, a true visionary titan, and a lovely, lovely person. One never knows if it's proper to post during something as tragic as this, but I just wanted the world to know what so many of us know in the industry." Again, we're hearing this. Rob was the best. And he was, before a filmmaker, he was a family man. He was a husband. He was previously married to comedian Penny Marshall, and she had a daughter, Tracy, and when they got married, Rob adopted her daughter, Tracy, and that's why her name is Tracy Reiner. And then when he married his wife, Michele, they had 3 children. So he was a father of 4.
It's still surreal that we're talking about him in the past tense.
Yeah.
I know.
Right?
I know.
Just such a name that we all know so well and that we recognize so well. One of the top, directors of our generation. It's just, it's wild that he's
a legend.
No longer with us.
And just to know that he was on the phone just moments before this tragedy struck, talking to a friend for an hour long and just living his normal life. And then all of a sudden, just a 180 in terms of what happened in the trajectory of things. It's just so tragic.
That's why it's so hard to believe, because he was still out and about. We just saw him in season 4 of The Bear as Albert Schnurr, a restaurant consultant. So yeah, it is very hard. It's going to take a while to process.
Yeah.
For sure. All right, thank you, Amanda.
Thank you.
Let's get over to Maria now for a check on our forecast.
Yeah, hi. So we're talking about the fog still at this hour. In fact, visibility still reduced, especially down into the coastal communities of Orange County, Los Alamitos, Fullerton, that fog extending all the way inland, 9 miles in Ontario. High pressure is in control of our weather, so that fog is dissipating. In fact, that dense fog advisory just expired for most of SoCal, with the exception of parts of the 5 and the Grapevine, and if you're headed north towards Bakersfield, that dense fog advisory has been extended to 11 a.m. High pressure will eventually weaken, but not until the latter part of this weekend, Sunday into early next week. We'll start to see the beginnings of a pattern change. Right now, all the storms are moving to our north and on up into the Pacific Northwest. We've got some more rain there and snow in the Cascades. In fact, that storm system could sag as far south as Northern California by early next week, and then eventually the tail end of that system, perhaps by next week, Wednesday, Thursday, Christmas Eve, we could see some light showers moving in finally. Until then, it's going to stay dry. And by the way, speaking of Christmas, we've got 10 days of shopping left until Christmas Day, 6 days until the winter solstice. That's when we welcome the winter season officially in the Northern Hemisphere. That's coming up on Sunday, and 17 days until we say bye-bye to 2025 and hello to 2026. Currently, it's 64 in Burbank, same for Ontario, 48 in Big Bear. Eventually, it'll get up to around 60 degrees in Big Bear, 84 in Palm Springs. And as we get to downtown LA, it should get up to 80 degrees today. That is warm, well above normal, near 90 for the valleys and the Inland Empire. I'll send it back to you.
Hi, Maria, thank you. Local police departments are boosting patrols at Jewish facilities and Hanukkah events after an attack in Australia. 2 gunmen, a father and a son, killed 15 people during a Hanukkah celebration on Sydney's Bondi Beach. Hundreds gathered today at a memorial made up of flowers, gifts, candles, and more to pay respects. Among the dead, a 10-year-old girl, a rabbi, and a Holocaust survivor. Australian leaders are vowing to tighten their nation's already tough gun laws. The country's prime minister says the gunmen were not part of a wider cell, but were clearly motivated by extremism.
An act of pure evil, an act of terror, an act of anti-Semitism.
You could just hear the gunshots, and they're just so loud, and we didn't know which way that they were shooting.
Australia says the 50-year-old suspect who immigrated to the country in 1998 died in a gun battle with police. Authorities are not revealing his country of origin. His 24-year-old son was born in Australia and is in critical condition after his shootout with police. New gun control proposals include limiting who can obtain gun licenses in Australia.
And now to the latest on the mass shooting at Brown University. The search for the killer continues after Rhode Island police release a person of interest. Last night, community members held a vigil to mourn the 2 people who died. 9 others were injured. It was Saturday afternoon when a masked man with a gun entered an engineering lecture hall and started shooting before getting away. Police detained a person of interest on Sunday morning, but later released him, citing a lack of evidence. So now the search for a suspect continues.
Coordinating with the Attorney General's office, we're working very closely with them. We're collecting evidence. We're in the process also of interviewing individuals.
Authorities are still looking for the man dressed in black, seen in a video released late Saturday night. All final exams at Brown have been canceled and students have been dismissed for the winter break.
The challenge to California's new congressional maps goes into court today.
And Brooke is in downtown for some holiday fun.
Hey there, yeah, I'm here. I mean, it's just really a magical moment that I'm having out here. My second time wearing ice skates. And I think, you know what? I don't know what I think. I just didn't fall, okay? We're going to tell you why you should come down here and have fun after the break.
You look cute, Brooke. That's for sure. You look good out there on the ice. Good morning. We do have a little bit of traffic still. Good Day LA traffic sponsored by Lawyers for Justice, and part of the slowing related to this fog that's still lingering, but it is dissipating, as I said, through parts of LA County and Orange County at this hour. In fact, a real foggy shot still at this hour through parts of 405 freeway. This is the northbound 405 at the 22 down in Orange County, and as you can see, slow going there. Please drive carefully as the fog continues to dissipate. Right now, drive times have improved. Westbound 10 freeway between the 5 to the 405 going towards Santa Monica. 28 minutes here coming out of downtown LA. Northbound 110 between the 405 to the 10, just 16 minutes. So that is really good. Westbound 60 between the 57 to the 5, just 25 minutes. Here's some of the other traffic hotspots.
When you've been injured, everything changes. At Lawyers for Justice, we have the resources to fight for our clients.
Call 818-JUSTICE today. Call 818-JUSTICE.
All right, it's looking a little icy in downtown Los Angeles. You know, for 25 years, people have flocked to Pershing Square to hit the ice and do some ice skating.
That's right. Super fun out there. Brooke is live in downtown on her skates.
Are those mittens? Those are gloves.
Doing good.
Ooh.
They're gloves. It's cold out here. I was like, you know, honestly, I'm still trying to figure out how they make this work. Like, it is like, it's not this temperature, just right over there. Okay, Samantha?
Yeah, I know. I totally get it. I was freezing this morning.
Yes, and it's just kind of magical that this is right here in the middle of Los Angeles. It's awesome.
I know. It's amazing. Yeah, the scenery is so pretty. The buildings and the ice rink and then the Christmas tree in the background. Yeah, I love it.
It's fun. It's a moment, and that's why I'm all like flustered because I'm like squeezing my core so hard right now. You guys trying not to fall down on television, but it really is really cool. And can I bring some of you guys? Why don't you, Aaliyah, kids, come on in, come talk to me, because they're out here, came out here this morning, having a lot of fun, and you know, we have attempted to teach me a couple things. It was a soft attempt, okay? But tell me, why do you love skating?
I love skating because of the elegance of the jumps, all the spins, and I love the tension.
Yeah, you're so good at it. How old are you?
I'm 9 years old.
9 years old. Come over here. What about you? Why do you love skating?
It's fun.
It's fun. How old are you?
8.
8 years old. Okay, and let's talk to two of my older friends over here. So, you know, why do you all love skating?
I mean, it's a really great way to express yourself. The community is great. Very welcoming. It's just so freeing. Yeah.
That's great. What about you?
It feels like flying. Like, I absolutely love it. Every chance I get, I just love skating so much. Yeah.
And Samantha, for somebody who has never skated before, you know, why should they come out here with the family and just take a try at it?
Absolutely. I think ice skating, like whether you're a beginner or whether you've been doing it your entire life, it's just such a fun thing to do with family and friends, and it's just a really good way to like get together and just a fun activity, right?
And it's fun to learn young, right? How old were you two when you started skating?
I was 7.
You were 7.
I was 3.
Oh, see, yeah, it's much easier to learn at 3 than whatever age I am, okay? Who knows, you know? Hey, I'll send things back to you in the studio.
Carlos, stop it right
you
now.
try skating. I bet you he can.
Stop it right now.
He won't wear the skates. Let me tell you something about Carlos, okay? Carlos behind the camera here. He wouldn't wear the skates.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
He wouldn't do it. He was afraid.
Yep, there he is. There's his feet on the ice.
I tried to tell him that he needs to wear skates.
Yeah, he needs to wear skates.
Come on. Shame.
Yeah.
Shame.
You know?
Carlos. He's all about self-preservation. Yep. All right, go on, have some fun. Woo!
Okay, teach me how to go backwards.
So good.
Oh my gosh, you're doing great.
Yeah.
She's doing great.
And a lot of those ice skating rinks have the little skate buddies where you can hold on to in case you don't know how to skate.
The walkers, that's me.
I feel like that's for sure. That's more.
All right, on to this, an incredible holiday giveaway in South LA, promoted by local TikTok star and barber Neat Martinez. There was another incredible holiday giveaway in South LA, promoted by Martinez. The line wrapped around the block on South Figueroa Street. It was free to everyone. The giveaway included toys and food, and Fox 11 meteorologist, as you see right there, Star Harvey was there helping out. She got a selfie with Neat Martinez, who teared up when she asked him about his journey.
What is the 5, 6, 7-year-old Neat feeling right now?
I'm sorry. It's a blessing. Like coming in this community is coming from nothing. Like growing up in poverty and not being able to sometimes have like what other people have when you see on television, when you see on the internet, you know, like stuff like this. Like it really touches me because I do this, and my purpose is because when I was growing up, I didn't have that. I didn't have nobody.
He is incredible. We, of course, profiled Neat Martinez during Latino American Heritage Month, and he's known for giving haircuts to the homeless and other people in need. So this was an awesome event, and he gives those haircuts dressed like that, too, spreading some cheer, and does it all with his family. And as you see right there, hundreds of kids went home with toys.
Yep, and Star was there with her son Bryce as well.
So nice.
Family affair. We love
it. All right, coming up, you're going to want to double up on your efforts to stay healthy this holiday season.
Ooh, this nasty virus is really spreading like wildfire. Oh, we're going to have more on that. Also, the Powerball jackpot grows to well over $1 billion. How about that for a stocking stuffer? We'll have more on that when we come back. Our top stories this morning, the FBI says it stopped terror attacks targeting Southern California locations on New Year's Eve. The feds say they arrested 4 alleged members of an extremist group who were planning coordinated bomb attacks on several businesses in Los Angeles and Orange County. The FBI says all 4 are from the LA area.
And LA Police Chief Jim McDonald says the 32-year-old son of actor-director Rob Reiner has been arrested and charged with the murders of the filmmaker and his wife. The couple's bodies were discovered in their Brentwood home yesterday. Nick Reiner is being held on $4 million bail.
The 2 Iowa National Guard members killed in a weekend attack in Syria have been identified as 25-year-old Sergeant Edgar Brian Torres Tovar, 25 years old, of Des Moines, and Sergeant William Nathaniel Howard, 29 years old, of Marshalltown, Iowa. That attack is being blamed on the Islamic State group in Syria. Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds ordered all flags in Iowa to fly at half-staff in their honor. A U.S. interpreter was also killed during the attack.
All right, let's talk about our weather right now as we take a look at this live picture. This is one of our cameras upstairs on our rooftop looking out towards Century City, and a little bit of a haze there, but we are seeing blue skies and some sunshine already. This weather is brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. We are looking at an increasing northeasterly wind. It will get gustier as we get through tomorrow, Wednesday and Thursday, and that will in turn warm up the atmosphere. So we are expecting the temperatures to get up to the 70s 70s and 80s again. Still some dense fog out there in some of our coastal communities, but it is working its way to dissipating at this hour and will be much better conditions, driving conditions for everybody as we get to the afternoon. Next rain chance, because it's going to stay dry this week, could be as early as late Sunday with a 10% chance for some drizzle with perhaps some showers just in time for Christmas Eve. Right now it is 61 degrees in downtown LA, kind of a mix of some of that marine layer and some sunshine. The wind not too strong at this moment, but definitely coming out of the north and northeast. There's that area of high pressure that has kept us really protected from these storms that continue to move up and over us, over this ridge of high pressure into the Pacific Northwest. There's yet again another atmospheric river aimed right at Seattle and Washington State and Oregon, even as far south as Northern California as we get to the next several days. I think the pattern might change after this weekend, just in time for the start of the winter season officially on Sunday for us here in the Northern Hemisphere. And we could get this ridge of high pressure weak enough to allow a storm system actually to move south, and we could get some of that shower activity. So I'll keep you posted as we get closer next week. In the meantime, it'll be dry today, 80 degrees downtown, 71 in Las Vegas if you're headed there to Sin City. Otherwise, Anaheim still got some cloud cover. It will dissipate. We'll get to those low 70s or near 70 later this afternoon. Clouds returning a little bit later tonight. Thousand Oaks also temperatures getting into the mid 70s later today, or perhaps upper 70s, 77 at around noontime. And Riverside, similar conditions nearing 80 degrees this afternoon. Laguna Beach, we are going to hang on to those clouds, maybe a little bit of that fog through the day, but kind of a mix of sun and some clouds. Temperatures in the upper 60s. I'll send it back to you too.
All right, Maria, thank you. We're learning more about the murders of filmmaker and actor Rob Reiner and his wife Michele in their Brentwood home yesterday.
The LAPD has arrested the couple's 32-year-old son, Nick, who's been charged with the murders and is being held right now on $4 million bail. Earlier, we talked to Charlie Neff from TMZ.
He has been in and out of rehab. He's suffered with substance abuse issues. He's also been homeless over the years at some points. So I'm being told that yesterday their daughter, Romy, arrived to her parents' house and discovered both of her parents that had been passed away due to knife wounds in the neck area. Obviously, this was a horrific incident for the daughter to arrive on the scene and see. I'm told that when the paramedics and when the police arrived, she had relayed to the police that she believed a family member was behind this. Apparently, there was some kind of argument that had occurred between her parents and this family member. Obviously, now we know that Nick is in custody in connection with the murder that happened yesterday at the home.
Back in 2015, Nick Reiner actually co-wrote a film called Being Charlie, documenting his struggles with substance abuse and his difficult relationship with his family because of it. At the time, Nick was sober, and Rob Reiner said his relationship with Nick had gotten better during the production of that movie. We're also learning a bit more as to maybe what led up to the murder. So TMZ is reporting that Rob Reiner and his son Nick had a very loud argument at Conan O'Brien's holiday party on Saturday night. Family sources telling the outlet that Michele and Rob left shortly afterward. It's not really clear, though, if Nick left with them.
That's right, or where he was staying at that point. So we'll be following the story, of course, all morning long on Good Day LA as new information and reaction to the tragedy comes in. Of course, we'll bring it to you. You can also find updates on foxla.com and the Fox Local app. Also, if you're heading out the door, you can tune into our live stream on our YouTube channel, Fox 11 Los Angeles.
Meantime, Hanukkah celebrations all around the world today may face stepped-up security after Sunday's shooting rampage that happened on Bondi Beach in Australia. A father and a son are accused of carrying out what authorities call an anti-Semitic attack that left more than a dozen people dead.
That's right. Doug Luzader has more from Washington.
President Trump joining worldwide condemnation of this attack, calling it terrible and anti-Semitic, as we're learning more about the two suspects. A Hanukkah celebration at Bondi Beach in Australia went forward, but with a great sense of loss and grief. Two gunmen here, a father and son, according to police, went on a rampage the day before, shooting into a largely Jewish crowd.
It's just such a horrible feeling because we're such a tight community.
One of the gunmen was tackled by a man who's now being hailed as a hero.
A very, very brave person, actually, who went and attacked frontally one of the shooters and saved a lot of lives.
President Trump addressed the attack at a Christmas event at the White House. Back in Australia, police are still piecing together the events, and they say one of the perpetrators legally owned the guns, despite the country's strict firearms laws.
We need to toughen these up.
Australia's prime minister says the laws need to be strengthened, but Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu blamed him.
Your government did nothing to stop the spread of anti-Semitism in Australia.
Jews are being targeted.
Former FBI agent Stuart Kaplan says Hanukkah celebrations now should have some level of controlled access, and if not,
I would tell you to stay home or do something else. I hate to say that, but that's the new America for which we are living in.
FBI Director Kash Patel says his agents...
And that was Doug Luzader reporting for us. Meantime, Santa Clarita Valley Water is asking customers to pause all outdoor water use for the next week because of scheduled maintenance at Castaic Lake. The Department of Water Resources will be repairing a pipeline which requires closing the water's connection. The shutoff request includes washing cars by hand, filling or refilling pools, or other major uses for water. The restrictions end December 22nd, so a week from today.
All right, the number of people getting sick from the Norovirus vomiting bug is climbing again here in California. State officials, health officials say Norovirus levels are increasing in LA County and across the San Francisco Bay Area. Doctors warn a new subvariant could make people even more sick. Norovirus is highly contagious and symptoms include vomiting, diarrhea, and stomach pain, which typically lasts for up to 3 days.
A lot of people going to the ER for this, I'm being told. All right, so tonight, somebody could claim a massive lottery prize just in time for the holidays. Tonight's Powerball jackpot stands at $1.1 billion, the sixth largest jackpot in the game's history. Estimated cash value, just over $500 million bucks. Not too bad. There have been 41 drawings without a grand prize winner, and if you're playing tonight, good luck. The best of luck, you're going to need all of it because the odds of matching all 6 numbers are 1 in 292 million. There is a chance.
Saying there's a chance.
Very small one.
Do we even try? Should we try?
Yes.
You got to be in it to win it,
Always.
I guess. All
Yeah.
right. All right. You guys are hopeful. Got to keep hope
You
alive.
have to be.
Keep hope alive.
All right, good morning.
Good morning. Good Day LA Entertainment is sponsored by Disney on Ice presents Let's Dance playing the LA area. Zootopia 2 is putting the 2 in the second film to join the $1 billion club for 2025. In fact, it made history as the fastest PG-rated film to make $1 billion in just 17 days.
Partnership is the cornerstone of success.
No, carrots, no.
Beautiful.
Beautiful at the box office. Zootopia 2 is back in the #1 spot, and it was all the rage again over the weekend. The film brought in $26.3 million in its 3rd week in North American theaters. It dethroned last week's #1 movie, which was Five Nights at Freddy's 2. So it's a bunch of sequels.
Oh, yeah.
There at the box office. Disney will most likely own the top spot next weekend when we get the 3rd installment of the Avatar films titled Avatar: Fire and Ash.
The beavers are funny.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Bub. Hey, Bub. Hey, Bub. Hey, Bub.
With the sloth. Are the sloths
sloth is
back?
so
I haven't
good.
seen it yet, so.
The sloths are back.
The sloths are back.
Okay. At the
And you
DMV?
have to see.
It's the best. It's the best.
Can you give Jen a shout out? No.
Problem.
So good. All right. Coming up, Southern California traffic, notoriously bad. We all know this. But wait until you see where we rank globally.
And we'll tell you how much more it'll cost you this year to leave those treats for Santa and his reindeer, the ingredient behind cookie inflation.
I like those. You M&M's? Ooh, a little brown butter chocolate chip.
Oh,
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
All right, taking a live look at the big board right now, down about 138 points right now. We are in the red. This week, is full of economic reports that will be market drivers. So November's delayed jobs report is released tomorrow, and then inflation data actually comes out on Thursday, so a number of drivers there.
All right, those treats for Santa and his reindeer is going to cost you a little more this year. A Finance Buzz analysis of government numbers and grocery prices shows that Feast of Cookies and Milk for Santa and carrots for Rudolph and the team now costs $8.44. 5 years ago, the treats cost just $6.42. So the biggest driver of the price increase is the cost of eggs. Egg prices are up a whopping 136% since 2020. The total cost calculation includes ingredients for one batch of 30 frosted sugar cookies, 1 8-ounce glass of milk, and 1 pound of carrots for the reindeer.
I love the way they measure it. It's great.
A pound of carrots is a lot.
Mm-hmm. All right, it's hookup time, and today, Good Day LA wants to hook you up with 4 tickets and pit passes to Monster Jam at Angel Stadium of Anaheim on January 17th. Get ready for some big-time excitement because Monster Jam is roaring into Angel Stadium of Anaheim with some awesome trucks, amazing stunts, and action-packed excitement. It's the only place to see the legendary Gravedigger, Megalodon, El Toro Loco, and more coming to Angel Stadium for 6 huge events in January and February 2026. And Good Day LA wants to hook you up with 4 tickets and party pit passes to Monster Jam at Angel Stadium of Anaheim on January 17th. We're going to be selecting 1 winner tomorrow after 2 p.m. You can enter for a chance to win on our website at foxla.com/contest, or you can go ahead and scan that QR code right there on the screen. Send it over to you, Maria.
Yeah, it's a good time for sure. I've done that a few times with my son. That's for sure. It's loud and fun. Right now, we're looking at some wind coming out of the northeast. Not too strong at the moment, but we're definitely seeing that offshore flow. And with those winds will be some warming. Warmer temperatures on tap again. In fact, we've had warm temperatures through the whole month of December thus far, with the exception of Wednesday, the 3rd. We have been well above normal, and even that 69 was really quite mild. So it has stayed dry for the month of December, and it's a good thing we got the rain last month as well as in October, because we still have a surplus. That's good. Almost 4 3/4 of an inch above normal, and we may break this pattern, this dry pattern, finally as we get into next week. At least that's what the computer models are pointing to. And of course, I'll continue to watch the models and keep you abreast of the situation. In the meantime, it will stay dry today. For the rest of the week, a high of just 80 degrees for downtown LA, which is well above that normal 67. Our sunset time this afternoon, 4:45. Here are the highs we're expecting today. 79 in Santa Clarita, Woodland Hills, warm, approaching 90 degrees there. That's not typical for December, that's for sure. 79 in Corona, 70 in Victorville, 60 degrees in Big Bear with lots of sunshine up in the mountains to that 84 in Palm Springs. We'll talk more about the computer models, the extended outlook going into next week in just a few minutes. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Maria. So, when you hear the word traffic, you think of Los Angeles, right? In fact, my 4-year-old son is like, why are we stuck in traffic again? He actually said that yesterday.
Wow.
But a new study says other cities actually have it worse than we do, believe it or not. Los Angeles traffic is improving, but just barely. A new report ranks LA 10th on its 2025 Global Traffic Scorecard, down from 8th place last year. Istanbul tops the global ranking, followed by Mexico City, Chicago, and New York. The average Angelino loses 87 hours a year sitting in traffic. That's over 3 full days of your life. While congestion dropped on 1%. Yeah. I believe that says 1%. In 2024, experts say most drivers won't notice the difference. The study blames traffic on demand exceeding road capacity, costing drivers time, fuel, and sanity.
Yes, that is for sure. All right, new this morning, workers at the Louvre Museum voted today to strike over working conditions, dealing yet another blow to the Paris Museum after an embarrassing jewelry heist in October. The world's most visited museum didn't open today as scheduled and turned visitors away as workers demand urgent renovations and staffing increases. For employees, the daylight jewel heist established long-standing concerns that crowding and thin staffing are undermining security security and working conditions at the museum, which welcomes millions of visitors each year. Thieves used a basket lift to reach the Louvre's facade, forced a window open, smashed display cases, and fled with pieces of the French crown jewels.
It's a bad surprise, but we are in Paris, so there are so many beautiful things to visit, and other museums and gardens and everything.
Look, I'm too tired, jet lagged to be too disappointed, but hopefully we can come in a couple of days. Maybe we can transfer our tickets.
Yes, hope so.
A Senate inquiry released last week said the thieves escaped with barely 30 seconds to spare, citing broken cameras, outdated equipment, understaffed control rooms, and poor coordination that initially sent police to the wrong location. 4 men have been arrested in that theft involving $102 million worth of jewels.
They still haven't found him, right?
No.
The jewels?
No.
Oh my gosh.
Jewels are still out there.
Yikes. Okay, so Merriam-Webster's 2025 word of the year is slop. Slop was first used in the 1700s to mean soft mud, but the word has since evolved, or maybe devolved. Slop also means digital content of low quality that's usually produced by artificial intelligence. Merriam-Webster gave the example of AI video generators that create realistic clips of celebrities and deceased public figures that are actually fake. Last year's word of the year was polarization.
All right. Well, if you want a healthy snack, this is it. Cabbage will be the healthy snack obsession of 2026. This is according to Pinterest Predict's annual report. It says the low-cost veggie is only 22 calories and serves as a nutritional powerhouse. Just 1 cup of raw green cabbage delivers more than half of your daily vitamin C intake. The report also says searches for cabbage dumplings jumped 110% this year.
Doesn't it also...
Yes, it does. Yep. A little bloated.
That's right. Little bloatation. Ooh, helps you lose some friends. That's for sure.
And some weight, right? The cabbage soup.
Cabbage soup
Diet, right? Remember that's a fad?
Also gives you gas. Coming up, it was a good Sunday for our local football teams. That's for sure.
But the Chiefs get really bad news about their star quarterback.
Right.
I'll tell you about that.
Welcome back. There is a stunning lack of diversity in drug trials in the U.S. This is all according to a recent report by the FDA. The data shows that only 6% of medical trials in the country enroll volunteers from a different ethnic and racial group that matches more than the country's population. So researchers say Hispanic and Black participation is also declining, with the highest Black participant enrollment in 2019. Hispanic enrollment was steadily low since 2017 to 2023. Experts say inclusion is key when it comes to developing drugs that effectively help patients across the country.
That's right. All right, the Rams cinched a spot in the playoffs after beating the Lions, and Matthew Stafford and Jared Goff renewed their trade rivalry in a showdown at SoFi Stadium. The league's two of the highest scoring teams lit up the scoreboard at SoFi. Both teams went back and forth in touchdowns. In the opening drive, Matt Stafford's pass was picked off by Aiden Hutchinson. Lions up 7-0 there. The Rams would eventually put together a string of 20 unanswered points to take the lead 34-27. The Lions would score again, but it wasn't enough. The Rams finished the day with the 41-34 victory.
You know, I mean, I don't even know how many hours we got till we play again. But, yeah, I mean, that's the hardest part. You know, obviously, big-time opponent, going on the road, at their place, difficult, you know, scheme, bunch of great players on that side. So it'll be a huge challenge whether we were playing Sunday, Monday, Thursday, whatever day of the week. But just trying to get our bodies turned over and you know, be as fresh as we can on Thursday.
It's great to be able to punch a ticket to the playoffs. That's obviously always a goal, is to be able to give yourself a chance to play extra games after those 17 that you're guaranteed. But I love this football team, and I'm excited, you know, about being able to start the preparation for Seattle. Our guys are starting recovery right now, and what a hell of a challenge we have coming up on Thursday.
It's a lot of yelling in his voice.
Yeah, losing his voice.
The Chargers were in Kansas City on Sunday facing the Chiefs. Casey's opening drive, Andy Reid's offense goes 68 yards. Patrick Mahomes finishes with the 12-yard keeper. Kansas City would eventually go up 13-3. Bolts respond to win 16-3. The Chiefs will miss the playoffs for the first time since 2014. Chiefs QB Patrick Mahomes suffered a season-ending torn ACL as well in his left knee. Oh my goodness, not looking good.
Yikes. All right, speedy recovery there for sure. All right, stay with us. We have so much more on GDLA Plus.
All right, and yeah, you're looking live.
Good morning. Welcome to GDLA Plus. All right, it's Monday. It's been a very, very busy one already. Welcome, Maria. Thanks for sticking around.
Amanda. Filling in for
Amanda.
Thea Ross. And Jen.
Yeah,
taking off.
You're filling in for both, actually.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that's right.
Takes one. Well,
all right, we have a lot to get to. We're going to start with this. The Heisman Trophy was awarded this weekend, so we'll show you the special shout out for the mom.
So sweet. Makes me cry every time. What kind of gift giver are you? A new article is breaking it down into 6 categories. We're going to break it down and see where you fall. How's that?
Sounds good. And Zootopia 2 is #1. It crossed the $1 billion mark, and I talk with who she puts the fortune in Fortune Feimster because she's part of a $1 billion movie coming up.
All right, as we said, it's been a really, really tragic weekend of stories, and this big story is the murder, of course, of Rob Reiner and his wife. Mario will have the latest in a moment, but Haley Winslow has been talking with people at Reiner's Star on the Walk of Fame. Haley, good morning. Has there been a lot of people, right, coming to the Star?
Just about in the last hour, and I think everyone is really surprised to learn that their son has been charged with his parents' murder. A lot of people just really influenced by him. You know, he had such a successful career, but also such an impressive directing career. I mean, he did all different genres, you know, the cult classics, those comedies that we love. I think he's, what's really remarkable about him is that he's beloved by all ages. So, of course, he started out with All in the Family as Meathead, and was an actor, a producer, and then a very successful director, becoming one of the greatest in Hollywood. So he was born in the Bronx, but he moved to LA at 13, so he grew up here. He went to Beverly Hills High School, and he studied film at UCLA. And of course, you probably know him from When Harry Met Sally, which is where he met his wife, Michelle, who was also murdered. The Princess Bride, one of the most quoted and beloved cult classics of all time. Stand By Me, Misery, A Few Good Men, This Is Spinal Tap, which was his first, and then the sequel was his last film, and The Sure Thing. We talked to people kind of coming by all morning, mostly in the last hour, about the influence that he had on them. One guy just visiting here from Texas, planning on moving here, and he said he has Rob Reiner to thank.
He was one of my biggest influences when I was a kid, as a young writer, and you know, This Is Spinal Tap blew my mind, and I still watch it to this day. Just kind of everything that he's done, his humanity, his empathy, his charm. He was humble. It was down to earth. His writing kind of spoke to so many different kinds of people,
And more impressive than his, you know, the mark that he's left on Hollywood, he was just beloved because he was such a nice person, such a good, grounded soul. And he and his wife, Michelle, did tons of charity work, as you guys know, you know, for decades, and they were together for 35 years, and they really seemed like a great team together. She was more behind the scenes, real private, and would help him with select projects, but you know, really just so tragic what happened. And I'm sure people will be coming by here in the 6400 block of the Hollywood Walk of Fame all day long to pay their respects and take a picture of one of their favorite legends. Reporting live here, I'm Haley Winslow. I'll send it back to y'all.
And this is a story that we're going to be following all day today. Sandra?
Obviously, a reaction has been pouring out from Hollywood and from fans, as we heard from Haley right there, talking about the life and legacy that he leaves behind, especially in Hollywood. And Amanda, you've just been talking to people about what people are saying, you know, in regards to this shocking news, because there have been reports that he was just talking on the phone to his friend for an hour before this all happened and his discovery was made. And so it's just really shocking in terms of people who knew him.
Absolutely, and so many people knew him, and the one common thread is that he was such a great soul, a great guy, not just a great filmmaker, a great actor, but just a great person, which is rare in this industry.
Yeah.
And the murders of Rob Reiner and his wife was so shocking to so many of us. Reiner had talked about his son Nick's struggles in the past, and the two actually made a film based on their experiences.
Dad, I'm not going to listen to you tell me what a drug addict I am. Careful, I'm one of your constituents now. You wouldn't want to lose the governor's race by 1 vote.
You can either head back to treatment or live on the streets. It's your choice. Charlie, you think your dad's going to know about any of this when he's elected? No, he's going to be in Sacramento doing his governor's.
Oh, what, you taking their side?
Right, you're right. Go shoot up, prove everyone right. Just stick it out for 30 days.
Rob Reiner said on Mark Maron's podcast that this is the most personal film that he directed. Reiner's son Nick battled with drug addiction a decade ago, and Nick Reiner co-wrote the screenplay. Billy Crystal and his wife Janice were seen wiping away tears near the crime scene late Sunday. The When Harry Met Sally star was a longtime close friend of the Reiners. In an interview last year, Rob explained how his blossoming relationship with Michele prompted him to rewrite the ending to that romantic comedy classic. Instead of parting ways, Harry confesses his love for Sally. Look at that. Reiner and Michele would go on to marry, and they had 3 children together. He also had adopted a daughter from his previous marriage to Penny Marshall, Tracy Reiner. And Ron Howard posting this on social media, R.I.P. Rob Reiner. Our careers and lives intersected often over the decades, from Rob writing the pilot script for Happy Days, and then as we each shifted from acting careers into directing and producing. He proved to be a superlative filmmaker, a supportive colleague, and at all times a dedicated citizen. Rob will be missed on so many levels. My heart goes out to his family and his many close friends. Here are the first 7 movies Rob Reiner directed. This is Spinal Tap in 1984. Then you've got The Sure Thing in 1985, breakout role for John Cusack. Stand By Me in 1986. In 1987, you have The Princess Bride, a beloved classic. 1989, When Harry Met Sally, considered by many to be the best rom-com ever. I'll have what she's having.
Yeah. Yep.
Misery in 1990, that earned Kathy Bates an Academy Award. And The Truth, ladies, you can't handle the truth. Because in 1992, we got A Few Good Men, which was nominated for the Academy Award for Best Picture.
Amazing. Look at that. Just the first 7 that he was involved with. And they're all classics.
All classics.
And we just saw him recently. You were saying about how he was on The Bear, and I actually didn't recognize him until you mentioned it. I know Mario has more details on this, but I heard you talking earlier about how his son, they were at a party like the night before over the weekend over
at Conan O'Brien's holiday party on Saturday night.
And I guess there was some sort of argument. So
reports are that there was like some tension there.
Yeah, there was like maybe even allegedly some screaming. And of course, a lot of the investigation now is coming from this, but just so shocking that their son could have done this heinous act.
Unfathomable.
And then his sister apparently discovering what happened to her parents.
It's just tragic all around.
Yeah.
And we definitely send our love and support to the family and obviously the friends and also the Hollywood community as well. All right, we do have to change gears here and talk about this. There is a hearing to challenge California's new congressional maps. The lawsuit filed by the California Republican Party and Justice Department will try to block new district boundaries that were overwhelmingly passed by voters in November. The lawsuit accuses California of racial gerrymandering in violation of the Constitution by using race as a factor to favor Hispanic voters. Democrats argue Prop 50 was a response to GOP-led redistricting in Texas. Earlier this month, the Supreme Court allowed Texas to keep its maps. Redlands police are investigating a potential hate crime targeting a Jewish family. Police say someone shot at them with an airsoft gun, targeting them specifically because of their festive home decorations celebrating Hanukkah. Thankfully, no one was injured.
And coming up, maybe let's lighten it up a little bit. Zootopia 2 was #1 at the box office, and my conversation with 2 of the stars in the sequel next. it's
love
my hometown, and there's no place like home. Is that a soccer ball?
Oh, it kind of looks like it.
It looks
a
like
dark
it.
one, if so.
Or a FIFA, maybe. I don't know.
I like it. I like it. Well, I'll be there soon for Christmas.
Oh, nice.
Ah, that's nice, Samantha.
Thanks. If you need a movie to see during Christmas with the family, you might want to add Zootopia 2 to your list. It's putting the 2 in the second film to join the $1 billion club for 2025. In fact, it made history as the fastest PG-rated film to make $1 billion in just 17 days.
What?
That's huge. Think about it. Lilo and Stitch, the live remake, came out in May and hit that $1 billion mark 2 months later in July. This hit $1 billion in 17 days, basically 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So in honor of Zootopia 2 hitting that $1 billion baby mark and making a fortune, here's my sit down with Fortune. I say this with all due respect, because you play a beaver. Damn good! Have you said that yet?
Not
yet. Girl. And how does it feel to be part of Disney history?
Oh, nice. Look at this outfit.
Yeah, I wore it for you.
Snake time.
Yeah.
No snake has set foot in Zootopia in forever.
There's a snake!
It's my ZOOTD, not just my OOTD, because this is a film that you just want to get jiggy with it,
That's
right?
Yes.
You're in it to win it.
All right, Carrots, any idea where you want to start?
If you want to find you a reptile, I am your gal.
There is a line in the movie that says, it's called a hustle, sweetheart. And we all have to hustle in this town. Let's be 100, right?
That's right.
If you had to describe your own personal hustle in one word, what would it be? Like my hustle's probably persistent.
Okay.
What about Fortune's hustle? What about Kiwi's?
Let me see. Yours is persistent.
Yeah, that's how I would describe my hustle.
Mine would just be like, I'm trying to think of one word, but I just never stop, you know? I guess
consistent.
Yeah. Hey, bub.
Hey, bub.
Hey, bub.
Hey, bub. Hey, bub, bub.
Hey, bub. Bubby, bub.
Hey, bub. Hey, bub. Hey, ho.
Hey, bub, bub.
I like Gary's. I mean, he's really friendly. Like, like permission to hug. Like, just be, like, really friendly and nice and earnest.
Yes.
And sincere. That's a great way, too.
You know what? I'm jealous of your hustle. Okay, describe your hustle in one word.
Caffeinated.
Ooh, caffeinated. Love a caffeinated queen. Yeah.
It's like
Caffeinated,
just
you're going.
Yep, nonstop.
I got some help from Amanda, but I appreciate that, Amanda, that my hustle is apparently heartfelt.
Heartfelt.
Yeah. Heartfelt.
Yes, because when you do things, even your job, it's with the heart, and anything you do outside of work is a matter of the heart as well.
Well, that's so kind of you.
Yeah.
I do try outside, especially outside of here, but
you do.
But yeah,
you lend your voice and your time to things that matter.
Yeah. I think as do we all. I think we all kind of try, right?
You have to. That's what it's about.
Thank you.
Well, movie theaters, unfortunately, they're still struggling to get people back, even with $1 billion going to Zootopia 2, to get people back in their seats after the pandemic. And a new report offers some ideas on how to fix that. So according to Bain & Company, the key is making the theater experience feel special and different from watching it at home. So think premium seating, personalized service, and some fun community events. Maybe like a mom's night out or something like that.
Fun, yes.
Yeah. With so much content available, as we know, everywhere, theaters need to focus on what they do best. That's offering these big, immersive experiences and a chance to connect with others. It's not just about blockbuster franchises anymore. It's mixing in some unique events like concert films or live sports can even help draw crowds. Basically, theaters just have to be destinations where people want to spend time and share experiences, but also you got to lower the ticket prices and raise the cost of concessions. This has been something that analysts have...
Wait, raise the cost?
Raise it?
Because you'll get...
Concessions are already super expensive.
Concessions are elective. The ticket gets you in the door.
Right.
You've got to get people in the door. It's like Vegas. Remember, Vegas did really well when you offered a lot of freebies because people were gambling.